fucking budget, you retard. No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Who assigned Detective Dipshit here to the fucking international investigation of open State Department messaging and U.S. foreign assistance budgets that are all open to the public? No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. What are you talking about?
Economically, yes. I think
fine.
One person's ally is...
Okay, fine. But then shouldn't we nuke America? Shouldn't we nuke ourselves?
Yes, can I make some points on this?
I need a cum button. Somebody please. Somebody needs to give me a cum soundboard.
Hold on, let me just...
Yeah, so I think ally proxy...
Can I flesh out your... Dave, I'm very happy to hear your counter-argument. Can I just flesh out Pierce's point a little bit, if that's okay? So
Sure.
Here's what we know. According to the State Department's own figures, Iran gives Hamas about $100 million a year. Latest figures. They've been funding Hamas since the early 1990s. Yahya Sinwar said in 2017 that Iran is the single biggest military and financial backer of Hamas's military wing. In September 2023, a month before October the 7th, 500 Hamas fighters and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters were being trained by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard abroad. I can't remember if it's in Lebanon or in Iran proper. And there are numerous chronicled, documented meetings between senior
Oof, he knows more about this than I do. Uh-oh.
commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Hamas and Hezbollah fighters in the lead up to it. What do you think they were doing? Talking...
No. Don't talk about that. Oh my God, I just thought of the best. I'm sorry, one more cum. I'm so sorry, we're coming so much today. This will be the last cum of the day. Please, God, the ultimate cum alley-oop here would be, well, if you think that Iran training those people are bad, what about when the USA trained Osama bin Laden personally in Langley, when Osama bin Laden got trained by the USA and then did 9/11 on us? Oh my God, if we could work that in, God, it would be so great. Just whatever you don't ever address the point, but just keep working in whatever you can about the US. Please, God. Oh my God, please.
About world peace and swapping hummus recipes. This is something that they've been involved in very heavily, and they continue to be involved in.
Please.
And Hamas and Hezbollah are the sword hanging over Israel's neck that Iran has used in order to prevent the very thing that's happening now.
Dave?
Okay, so to be clear here, it's an outrage that...
To be clear, when he says to be clear, what he's trying to do is he's going to take that argument in a generalized form, he's going to extract it, and then he's going to try to apply it to the US. And it's going to be Osama bin Laden. Please, God, let it be Osama bin Laden. Please.
Iran has sold weapons and given money to Hamas, and therefore Hamas is their proxy. Yet, as we all know, Pierce, and me and you have discussed this,
It's going to be, please be Al-Qaeda. Oh my God, please.
2 weeks before October 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu sends the head of Mossad...
Oh, the Qatar stuff, money?
to Qatar to make sure that the funding to Hamas continues. Yet, is Hamas now a proxy of Israel? Is Israel at war with itself?
Well,
Hamas was the government of the Gaza Strip, Dave. Like, they need to have some kind of money to run the Gaza Strip. I don't know if Iran was training Hamas soldiers to better facilitate the area in an administrative sense, but okay.
Listen, I think on that point, I certainly think that Benjamin Netanyahu...
But yes, please, whatever you can, keep avoiding the point. Yes!
When this is all over, is going to have a monumental day of...
Notice how Dave Smith hasn't actually given a response to literally fucking anything. It's always these, like, this is whataboutism. Okay, true whataboutism.
Not just in the corruption courts, but I think he's going to have a monumental day of reckoning about how he allowed this to happen on his watch, how Mossad so spectacularly dropped the ball. No one can give me a good explanation for why they can carry out this kind of attack on Hezbollah with the pages and carry out so precise an attack in Iran, but didn't apparently know that Hamas was spending 20 years building a tunnel system and didn't know 3,000 of them were about to pour over the border. I will never defend Netanyahu in this. I think he's going to be a busted flush. I suspect he sees this attack on Iran as being a chance.
What are these bonger? A busted flush? What does that mean? Is that a poker analogy? What does that mean?
To avoid being a busted flush for a little longer than it might
Why has he said it again?
be the case. But there's going to be a day of reckoning for him. And the fact that he actively encouraged billions of dollars to be funneled to Hamas to create a divide and rule strategy between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority has also turned out to be one of the most catastrophically...
They're already divided, though. They're divided. Yes, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority are two separate things, and they very clearly don't work well together. They've tried to in the past, and they both... In 2005, they kind of tried to coup Hamas, and then in 2013, Hamas tried to re-coup in the West Bank, the PLO and Palestinian Authority. These guys don't get along with each other. Now, did Netanyahu help? No. And does he like to see them divided? Of course, Israel loves to see them divided. But like, it's not just because of Netanyahu. He's not that strong. I know we like to think that Jews can mastermind everything, but...
wrong things that an Israeli leader could possibly have done. So, look, that's where I sit with Netanyahu.
None of this makes Hamas an Israel proxy. Right?
Okay, fine. Well, yeah, I mean, it did kind of by the definition.
They're not the primary source of their funding or support.
Okay, fine. Okay, it's got to be primary. Just being... Yeah, I mean, it did kind of by the definition.
They're not the primary source of their funding or support.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Okay, it's got to be primary. Just being... Okay, fine. Whatever. Anyway, the point is that...
Oh! That was a bad point by... Constantine. he said it had to be primary. The number that Constantine cited was $100 million of support. There was way more than just $100 million of Qatari money that went to the Gaza Strip, wasn't it? I thought this was on the magnitude of billions or tens of billions. Hold on. How much money Qatar to Hamas? $1.8 billion? Okay. Well, over how many years, though? But over the years, like over a decade, or... Well, regardless, even if it was over a decade. But Dave Dipshit doesn't even know the fucking number, so he can't counter Constantine's. He just has to accept it. Okay, good one.
This, right? Obviously, right now, Israel has taken out much of the Hezbollah leadership. The Houthis have been bombed. I think there's still a bit of a problem for them. They've been absolutely leveling Gaza. And so they think this is the moment. And of course, Bashar al-Assad fell as well. So now they think this is the moment for regime change in Iran. It's the same reason why people like Ben Shapiro were celebrating when Bashar al-Assad fell. Now the Shiite Crescent is no longer supplying weapons from Iran to Hezbollah. But I'm not an Israeli. I'm an American. I'm not cheering when the Emir of al-Qaeda takes over in Syria. And listen, whatever you put the risk at here, which if this thing keeps escalating...
The Emir of al-Qaeda? Did you know that if you were ever associated with any of these groups, you are 100% aligned with everything that group ever wanted to do 20 years ago? Like, yes, true, intelligent.
The risk of this going to a real ground war, another war in the war on terrorism, let me be very clear when I say this. I don't know that America will survive this. We went into the terror wars in a much stronger place than we're going into this one, and this is a much tougher opponent than Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi. We didn't go into the terror wars...
Iran, this is not the war on terror. It would be a war on Iran, okay? And about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. This is not a war. This is not a war on terror or a general broad vague war against another fucking noun.
$37 trillion in debt. We didn't go into the terror wars with the cultural and political and racial divides. We have mass protests in the streets right now over Donald Trump trying to enforce his immigration policy. This is
really? That's it? It's just over him trying to enforce immigration? Oh, okay. Thanks, Dave.
Going to be, this has the potential to be an utter disaster. And why should any American or British person for that matter, why should any of us support this war? Because Israel thinks it's in their interest. Israel has attacked...
Well, I would argue, I would
argue
argue it's not just in Israel's interest. I think Iran is an evil regime that oppresses its people, that has funded terrorism.
So was Saddam Hussein.
Well, yeah, I agree. But in Saddam Hussein's case, I never believed...
Saddam Hussein never funded terrorism.
Well, I never believed that Saddam Hussein had no human being.
I don't think Saddam Hussein would ever fund terrorists. He was the terrorist. Those other terrorists would be a threat to Saddam. No, that would be my understanding.
There was no terrorism in Iraq until we got rid of Saddam, actually.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The act of regime,
Make that point.
move, not the IRS.
No. I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I said that before I heard Piers Morgan make that point. I was saying about being a brutally oppressive, dictator.
I think you can't hold any truck for this Iranian regime. I think a lot of Iranian people would agree with that. I think they would love to get rid of them. I think that Israel has every right to feel threatened by Iran's tentacles in the way they supported 3 different terror groups right on their border. So I'm not saying that you're not right, that this might all backfire.
Let me just ask you,
I'm not saying it may not backfire. I'm just saying I do understand why Israel has decided to do it now. I think they sense that Iran's regime has never been weaker because of what's happened in Syria, because of what happened to Hezbollah. What's been the most significant moment of the last week? Probably Hezbollah saying we're not getting involved in this, right? That to me was a very significant moment. And that may well have emboldened not just Israel to continue pummeling Iran, but also may have emboldened Trump to think, well, actually, if we're ever going to deal with this regime, now is the moment. Now, that's not to say, Dave, that you're not right, that this could all backfire horrendously. And if America gets sucked into a ground war, then it will be a complete nightmare. I've got no doubt about that.
Yes, but would you concede, though, that if you allow Iran to enrich uranium, that also could backfire?
Yes, right? I was about to say that. And also I was about to say that Russia is now making pretty worrying noises that if America gets involved, it's not going to tolerate it. So you can't even...
Yeah, Russia can't even deal with fucking Ukrainian drones right now, with the $50 Walmart drones. What is Russia going to do?
All that, given what's happening in Ukraine. But yeah, I think in your point, Constantine, yes, when I saw the IAE report, I read it, and I thought they'd gone from 3% to 60% uranium enrichment. And there's only one reason you would do that. Either you take Dave's view, which is they're doing that because they want to have a form of nuclear deterrent without actually having a bomb. Or if you're Israel, you're like, these people have been funding terrorism against us for decades, and now they've gone from 3% to 60%, way more than is needed for any civilian use. Clearly, they are on a fast track here to be a nuclear power, and we cannot allow that to happen. So I do, let Constantine respond first.
But Piers, what about Al-Qaeda?
That's why I do understand
let's be honest.
why Israel feels the way it does.
Well, exactly, and let's be honest about something here, Piers. The 3 of us are sitting in comfortable comfortable air-conditioned studios on the other side of the world from the region where this is happening. We have the luxury to pontificate about the real reason that Iran is enriching uranium to near weapons grade. Israel does not have the ability to get this wrong and then go, well, I apologize, I got this one wrong, as Dave has done with President Trump. He supported him being elected, and now he's going, I got it wrong, guys, let's impeach him. Israel, if it gets this wrong, gets annihilated. They do not have the luxury of that.
Do you think the U.S. should be intervening in Iran's nuclear enrichment program? Like if you're in a scenario where we're looking at things in a vacuum, yeah, I would support it 100%. Stopping Iran from getting nuclear weapons, I think at almost all costs, I think would be good. I think I would still support it under Trump, but the risk is much higher because Trump is so fucking stupid that the chances of things going wrong or us getting into a worse conflict or a protracted conflict is probably higher because Trump is an actual retard. But I think that Iran having nuclear weapons, I think would just be very, very, very bad. I think we should do basically almost anything we could to prevent that from happening.
And now he's going, I got it wrong, guys, let's impeach him. Israel, if it gets this wrong, gets annihilated. They do not have the luxury of that. Now, Dave, I think the point you make about the American people, I have the greatest respect for the American people, and they should determine the course of America themselves. They've elected Donald Trump, and that is the reality. No one here, Piers found out, I think, with some history, that Americans don't like being told what to do by foreigners, and I'm certainly not going to do that. It's up to the American people. I know the American people don't want boots on the ground, and neither do I. And neither do sensible people, I think. I think the extent of Americans' involvement should be so help Israel defend itself against the missile attacks and let them get the job done themselves. I agree with you. This is Israel's war. They should prosecute it to the best of their ability, and they should deal with the threat that they face from Iran. I don't want a massive involvement of the West. I don't think that's what we need. And by the way, Piers, just one quick point, slightly tangential, but not necessarily important. For those people who care about what's happening in Ukraine, this is brilliant for Ukraine because Iran has been one of the biggest suppliers of drones, suicide drones that have been raining down in Ukrainian cities and killing civilians and military personnel there. The fact that Iran and Russia are now having to deal with this situation takes a lot of pressure off Ukraine, and is good for that reason as well.
All right, Dave, the one thing I would quibble with about what you said earlier was about the way that Iran has responded. They always threaten annihilation when they get attacked, right? Or when they're involved in any kind of skirmish. We've heard it towards the end of last year and nothing really happened. We've heard it again now. And although, yes, they've got through.
Do you think that ending Iran's nuclear weapons program is Israel's true/main goal right now? Yes. Or is it regime change? Yes. Or do they view those as the same thing? Here, if you want to understand, in my opinion, this is the history of Israel versus the Arabs and Iran, okay? This is what it is, okay? Politically, this is sometimes what Israel is forced to accept, okay? This will be the position they have, okay? And then, if they're really lucky, this is what they get to have, all right? This is like the money, all right? I should switch these, I guess, because Israel will say this word, but like, so sometimes Israel will accept shit that they don't really want to accept, but they have to be politically viable for, you know, Western people and for their own population. Because as much as people like to shit on Israel, they are a democracy. They do host their own criticism, and Israel does have a thriving, blossoming left in that country, although they might not be as dovish as people in other countries are. The issue is that for the history of this region, it's basically always been Israel saying, like, we're gonna, like, this is our position, we're gonna be here, and like, if we get real fucked, we're gonna have to come over here, but if you give us a fucking reason, we'll go all the way over here. And then the Arabs are like, I'll give you a fucking reason. And this is the whole history of the region. It's this, basically. Israel was able to take the entire Sinai Peninsula in 1967. You know, we talk about the Golan Heights, we talk about the West Bank, we talk about the Gaza Strip. They had the whole Sinai Peninsula. And then they were forced to give it back because Sadat made such aggressive overtures towards peace, the Egyptian leader, that I think Israel kind of had to respond. And it was like a nightmare scenario. It's like, oh God, an Arab leader that's like super actually big on trying to force it. And so Israel's like, fuck, okay, fine, fuck it. You have the Sinai back, whatever, I don't care. And so they have to do this, right? But then in other circumstances, it's like, you need to start giving the West Bank back to, you know, Palestinians. You need to start giving the Gaza Strip to Palestinians. You have a two-state solution, right? But then you have people like Arafat who are like, violence is also always cool, though, as well as suicide bombing and all sorts of other shit. And so it's just like, oh, well, look, we're not safe. We got to kill these people. Sorry, we're not safe. We can't give them shit. What, you want us to leave Lebanon? Okay, fine. Oh, look, there's Hezbollah. You want us to disengage from Gaza? Fine. We do. Oh, look, there's Hamas. You know, you want us to, like, every time Israel does anything, the Arab states or Iran are always right here to give them an excuse. And then, right, like even Hamas now, right? Oh, we still have the hostages. Like, imagine Hamas releases. Imagine how cucked Israel would be if Hamas would have released all the hostages on like, day 14 or something, right? 2 or 3 weeks in, Hamas just dumps all the hostages. Like, oh, fuck it. There you go. Oof. Israel's in a really rough spot at that point. Arabs have gotten better at propaganda. Hamas, I think, is really good at propaganda, but they, for whatever reason, still don't do politics well. And I think people talk about the military might of Israel. I don't know if it's because so many came from Europe and they had the military training and all that, coming from Europe and going to the Middle East. But the political mind and the politicking that Jews and Israelis could do was also just so much better than what Arabs could do. And for whatever reason, historically, Arabs, at least until the 70s, just didn't have the mind for politics that Israelis did. And that's just been a huge issue that they've had for so long. But in my opinion, for a very brief macro, like this has always been the problem because right now, so I'm sorry. So to bring this back, you asked me, does Israel just want to get rid of the nuclear reactor stuff or do they want to get rid of the regime? The position that Israel will have is here. We're really like, okay, well, we're going after the nukes, which is probably defensible, But if Iran keeps hiding shit and Iran says we're going to do whatever the fuck we want and we're going to keep bombing you or whatever, now you're dangerously close to it, where Israel's like, I mean, what are we going to do? If Iran wants to keep, pushing the boundaries of everything, and if Iran wants to, say they're hiding nukes and they're going to keep bombing us and they just bombed a hospital and maybe regime change. Maybe it's not that bad of an idea. Maybe regime change needs to happen. Maybe they do need a different leader. And the Ayatollah's kind of shitty and he funds all these terrorist groups and maybe they'll nuke the United States and who knows. And I feel like it's over and over and over again. It's always this. So that's my answer. Okay.
The Iron Dome several times. They've killed some civilians in Tel Aviv. This is indisputable. So they technically have done better in terms of their revenge attack.
Does Israel really care about public opinion, though? What is really stopping them from doing? Yes, they do, because Israel is a democracy. For as much as the lefties in the West and the white people want to fool you, Israel is a democracy. They have to respond to democratic pressure, and that's what they do. You can very clearly see the winds changing, and you can very clearly see different leadership emerge in Israel in response to different events because they're a democracy and they have to respond to democratic pressure. So
civilians we've heard it when they get attacked, right? Or when they're involved in any kind of skirmish. We've heard it towards the end of last year and nothing really happened. We've heard it again now. And although, yes, they've got through the Iron Dome several times, they've killed some civilians in Tel Aviv. This is indisputable. So they technically have done better in terms of their revenge attack than other countries have fared against Israel. I accept that. But I also think we are far removed from seeing any kind of huge resistance coming out of Iran. In fact, what you're seeing is their bluff potentially getting called here, that a lot of it has been rhetoric built on sand, literally, and that they don't actually have the military capability to even tackle a country 1/10 its size.
Can you know why Israel literally bombed Tunisia, whose president was very openly pro-two-state, so much so that he got booed and denigrated in Khartoum when he proposed it to the Arab summit after the 6th war. This one event blackpilled my entire country on Israel-Palestine. I can't really argue against it. Are you Tunisian? Why did they bomb Tunisia? Did they bomb Tunisia, or was it like an assassination attempt at Tunisia? I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look it up.
In terms of population, let alone if the United States was to get involved. So I think what you're seeing is actually the opposite of the way you characterized it. I don't think you're seeing a massive response from Iran. I think you're seeing as good as they can do, and it's not very much.
Well, look, I mean, this is what remains to be seen, and we don't know. But in 2007, when Dick Cheney was trying to push George W. Bush into war with Iran, it was
Oh, sorry. Well, that's we're getting to it, right?
Pentagon who stopped George W. Bush from doing it. And it was them who said that we do not have escalation dominance over Iran, essentially meaning that we have, we still have thousands of troops in Iraq right now. We have bases and embassies all throughout the region that they can touch. Now, we'll see, I guess, Piers. I guess we're going to play this game. I guess we're going to play this incredibly risky game.
I agree, it's high risk.
For no reason, essentially, from the United States of America's interests. And, look, this stuff, I'm sorry, I just find this to be too ridiculous. All of the intelligence is saying that they don't have nuclear weapons and they're not pursuing nuclear weapons. There is
this is just nothing. There's no conversation here. All of these shows should start with, is the region better off or not with Iran having a nuclear weapon or having access to nuclear weapons? That's where all these conversations should start. And all this random hearkening back to should the U.S. have, gone to war with the Soviets when they were researching nuclear bombs, or Iran, Iraq? It should just start here and then go from there. But it's just so boring.
There's one country, one government in the Middle East that is not a member of the non-proliferation treaties, that has nuclear weapons secretly, and it ain't Iran. It's Israel. It is so ridiculous.
Well, I agree. It's absurd, as you know. I agree. I agree. I don't understand how Israel is allowed to continue pretending they don't have nuclear weapons.
But what are you
It's
saying? Are you saying
unbelievable.
Israel,
Hold on,
Iran
let's
should
make the-
develop nuclear weapons to compensate for that reality? Or
No,
what?
no, no. What I'm saying
He's not saying anything. He's just gonna please bring up Al Qaeda again.
is this, okay?
Sorry,
Whenever
I'm
you
sorry.
guys talk about this, even already, and Pierce, I got to say, I thought you were a little bit guilty of this right after October 7th, understandably perhaps so. But even right now, whenever we talk, it's all about the Israeli perspective, as if we're all Israelis. Oh, Israel can't take the risk that they have 60% enrichment. Israel can't get this wrong the way I could change my mind about supporting Donald Trump. I guess Israel can get it wrong when they lure America into a war, when they pump out propaganda saying that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. That's okay when they get that one wrong, but they can't get this one wrong. Okay, fine.
Why are you
fine.
blaming
So-
Israel for that? It was your
Unreal. Yeah. How really? We're that retarded? We're that stupid? This is like my childlike argument against neo-Nazis is when the neo-Nazi talking points come up that Jews literally control everything. I'm like, okay, well, fucking, if Jews are that smart and we're that stupid, then maybe they should be in control. Like, I'll live in the Jewish empire. Fuck it. If my race of people is so doomed to be of such a lower intellectual phenotype that Jews can just control us so well, then fucking let me just live in the Jewish haven. I'll live like the people that paid a jizya or whatever in the caliphates or whatever. Just let me live in my little white kibbutzim while Jews run my shit, okay?
your own government lying to us about that. I was protesting against the war in
blame all of
Iraq
them.
exactly the same way you and Pierce.
I think we all oppose
for
But
you.
it was our government's
Good for
lying to us.
you.
It wasn't about
Okay,
Israel.
hold on.
Why is
I'm going to
everything that
respond.
happens in the world the fault of Israel then?
Yeah.
This is such a blatant straw man. I didn't say everything in the world is the fault of Israel.
Notice how he fixates on that instead of what Constantine was clearly getting at is our government did lie to us about this intentionally. I don't know why. Somebody asked that in chat. That's the one thing. When we get to Iraq, we'll learn that eventually. I do not know why the United States went to war with Iraq. And I'm not talking about like weapons of mass. I don't know what the internal reason was of the motive. I actually don't know the answer. I have no fucking idea why. But
Israel, I'm saying they were also guilty of this.
But why are you putting the emphasis on them when George W. Bush and Tony Blair were using their bully pulpits to make this point to a far wider audience than some guy in the Middle East called Benjamin Netanyahu?
yep.
If you think that I am removing any of the blame from George W. Bush
Kinda
or
sounds
Tony
like it.
Blair, I assure you, you're wrong, and you don't know what you're talking about. I've been blasting them for years. They're war criminals who should be in the Hague.
I agree.
That is not the issue. We are talking specifically about the nation of Israel right now, so I'm talking about their responsibility. And why is it, by the way, that this is always a one-way street? You know, I hear all the hawks
Jews don't have jizya. Well, the Muslims do. It was a joke. Fuck you.
constantly being like, Iran said this, Iran threatened this. What about the threats in the other direction? Maybe Iran feels like they don't have a choice. So look, Muammar Gaddafi, Iran.
Like, you could be of both positions, right? Which I know is like inconceivable to a lot of people because it literally has to be one side or another. And I said this before, especially for the origination of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you can be in the same mind. I don't know if you say of two minds because that implies two. You could be of the position where I think I fully empathize with the early Jews migrating to the Levant and to Palestine and fighting for Israel. I totally get that. I understand that. Such that I would even say they're morally justified for it. I totally get it, 100%. But I also understand the reluctance of the local Arab population to see that they were going to lose a state to what they essentially saw as being European invaders. I totally understand that as well. And I think I could get their ability to fight here too. It doesn't have to be, and unfortunately, especially when you're talking about competing nations, there's not always a good guy or a bad guy or a clear right or a clear wrong. You know, it could be that Israel, from their perspective, is fully justified in attacking Iran because a nuclear weapon does represent a threat to them. And it could be from Iran's perspective that they're fully justified in pursuing a nuclear weapon because they feel like they have no more leverage in the region. As Iraq has fallen, as Syria has fallen, as Russia is falling over itself, maybe they feel like that's the only option they have. You could be of the mind that both of these sides have their own justifications for doing what they're doing. And then the question is, well, which side do you side with? And you have to pick one. Well, you don't have to. You could just, no, you do have to pick one. But I guess we just have to say one side is fully in the right and one side is fully in the wrong, or...
Iran is on the list of 7 countries that are supposed to be overthrown. The U.S. government went and overthrew both of their next-door neighbors, invaded the countries and destroyed them after putting Iran on the axis of evil list when they had nothing to do with 9/11. And then when Muammar Gaddafi denuclearized, they went in there and overthrew him in the most violent, brutal way, was sodomized to death by a pack of madmen. Maybe Iran...
With the U.S. didn't do that, though. Those were local people. You should ask yourself why the people hated Gaddafi so much. But okay, I'm just... Now that... I mean, it's...
Iran also feels that they can't get this one wrong. Why are we doing this? This is a country that poses no threat to the United States of America. And if you guys want to try to hang on the fence here and go, hey, I'm not telling Americans what to do. I think Israel should do it on their own. But that's just a fantasy land. They're not doing it on their own. They're doing it with our weapons, with our intelligence support, with our money, with us protecting them from a retaliation strike. And
moving a level down or up from that, do you think successfully destroying Fordo or whatever would set Iran back more than a few months? I've seen conflicting things on that. Additionally, what chance of a new regime being better for Israel be? I mean, destroying all their centrifuges and shit would definitely set them back. It would be very brutal for Iran to deal with. I would imagine they have to import a whole bunch of new shit and re-enrich a whole bunch of uranium, and that takes a lot of time starting from nothing. That would be like a pretty big deal. But I mean, like the best thing would be to have like a type of negotiation. But Trump tore up the JCPOA, so we don't have that anymore. Trump has no ability to negotiate with anybody. Trump is one of the worst negotiators that I know of in recent U.S. history for negotiating anything. I don't know why he dares nicknames himself the negotiator in chief, or why any of the dick sucks that follow this guy around think he hasn't negotiated fucking anything. Still waiting on those trade deals, by the way. Still waiting on all those trade deals to be negotiated, by the way. What was it supposed to be? 90 and 90 days? How many days are we past when was Liberation Day? When was Liberation Day, United States? April, January, February, March, April, May, June. So what, we have 2 weeks? And then it's going to be what? It was, didn't he say that? It was it 90 deals in 90 days? Or was it more, 100 deals in 90 days? So when is that? We're coming up on that, right? So he tore up the nuclear. We are seeing as clear and direct a line as you will ever see is Trump does a bad, and now the whole world pays for it. It will never be a more direct line than this. We tore up the Iranian nuclear deal. Like 2 years later, they fell out of compliance with it. And now in this term, now Israel's bombing them because they have 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. So...
and, at least possibly, with our president using negotiations to dupe Iran into thinking that they weren't at risk. I mean, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu...
This stupid fucking meme of like, oh, we just negotiated with them just to lure them into a false sense of security. What?
with our president using negotiations to dupe Iran into thinking that they weren't at risk. I mean, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu says, and that's what some other reporting says. Maybe that's not the case, but either way, he pretended like he was afterward. So no, none of this is being done without America. This is about a regime change war. All of them said it in their own words. They're on record. Do you guys think Benjamin Netanyahu has been mistaken for 30 years, claiming that Iran is a year to 3 years away from a nuke? Or was he lying?
There have been multiple attacks and attempts to delay Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon. Like in these 30 years, it's not like anybody's just sitting there watching them with no interference whatsoever. But
well, I think listen, I think the reality is the thing that struck me was going from 3% to 60% suggests an intent. It suggests an incontrovertible. No one
they're not the only country that does this.
But nobody disputes that Iran has gone from 3% to 60% in uranium enrichment, right? So that is all. Unlike with Saddam and the WMD that didn't exist, that is.
Sorry, hold on. I'm just so you guys are children. You're children. Because even if you were right, you were wrong. Okay? Jesus Christ at Destiny. You're blinding yourself with hatred, your hatred of Trump in the Middle East. Iran wasn't keeping the JCPOA at all, and they continued building the bomb. It was a good call to leave it, probably made by Pence. If they're violating the treaty, then you show the world that they're violating the treaty, and then you build a coalition, and you go in and you do something about it. This is the same stupid argument that Israelis and Palestinians go back and forth against each other. Well, if we signed a deal with them, we don't think they'd accept it. Sign it! And then show them not accepting it. Sign a thing and then show them breaking it. And you have so much more international moral authority, legal authority, democratic authority. People will support you more than do that. You don't leave prematurely and go, oh, well, I don't think they were following anyway. Well, good. Go fuck yourself with a bayonet. Like, you've accomplished nothing now. Now you have nothing.
It's just how you interpret.
Like, it's such a stupid perspective on things. Like, oh, well, they weren't going to follow it anyway. They were already breaking. If they're breaking it, then build an international coalition to go do something about it. That's what being a leader is about. That's what having these deals is for. You don't just arbitrarily pull out of something and then start flying B-52s over the country 5 years later. He's like, oh, fuck us, I guess. Retard.
What they're intending to do with that. And let me ask you.
Can I just one quick thing on this? So first of all those regime wars you're talking about are the fault of the US and other Western governments who pursued them. That's who's responsible. That's who should be to blame, and as you say, should be prosecuted for that. But the reason people rightly call you a moral relativist, Dave, is that you don't seem to understand the difference between. Yes, I think it's quite clear that Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, but that is not the same as the regime in Iran wanting to destroy Israel. There's a big difference. If the mullahs in Iran wanted a different prime minister of Israel, that is not the same as wanting to destroy their entire country. And the reason Israel is as paranoid about these things as it is, let's be honest, it's surrounded, or at least was until recently, when opinion in many Arab countries changed towards Israel, thanks to President Trump's Abraham Accords. Israel was surrounded by many, many countries who don't believe that it has a right to exist. And that's the difference. And that's why people call you a moral relativist.
Well, okay, well, that's totally ridiculous and makes no sense at all. And it only works. I'm about to answer, Konstantin. Let me finish. Because it only makes sense when you only say, I ascribe the worst of intentions to this regime and the best of intentions to this. What
are you talking? You don't have to ascribe the clock. We just learned about they have the clock. The clock. Israel countdown clock to Iran. What, you don't have to guess. Why do white people in the West, why do they do this? Why do they do this in the West where they're like, well, I can't possibly have any understanding or idea of what these people are thinking? Or like when Hassan is like, Hamas doesn't use human shields. And Hamas is like, our people are proud to serve as human shields. And they will stand on top of these buildings proudly to absorb Israeli bombs. Like, why? You're making excuses for them that they don't even make for themselves. Like, what are you talking about?
What was overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi? Was that simply replacing the leader?
Like,
or
and it's all the bouncing to, what about Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, and other...
was that destroying the country, turning it into a failed
You've
state?
brought in a
with
different
open-air
conflict. Let's
slave
stick to Israel and Iran.
No.
The Israeli-
No, I want to talk about what the CIA, ex-CIA leaker said about what happened with Gaddafi.
say we want regime change. The Iranians say we want to wipe you off the map. Like,
yeah.
that's
So I'm
pretty
the moral-
different.
Hold on.
Oh, so I'm the moral relativist, and you don't want to pivot to this completely and totally different country that we can talk about?
No, I'm the moral relativist.
Yes.
And when I point out what one side actually did, you run away from it and say, oh, no, we can't talk about
It's
that.
your
Talk about
government
something
that
else.
destroyed Libya. It's not Israel.
Yeah, why are we talking about Israel and Libya? Oh, actually, that was Israel because of the clean break memo in 1990.
It's
your
you know
government.
anything about this? Israel was lobbying for us to do this for
Who
years
made the
and
decision
years
to do
In like 95, bro. When was the Libya stuff? How are they so bad? It took us like a fucking over a decade to do this. Hold on. Gaddafi, Libya, 2011? It's pretty ineffective propagandizing.
years. Our government, and I
Yes,
hold them
exactly.
criminally
So
responsible.
blame them.
Yes, Constantine, why are you an Israeli? Why are you constantly
No.
running cover for them?
Like, he can't answer anything. It's such a joke. God, the fact that Joe Rogan has propped this fucking retard up, and now he's so high on his own.
Because I believe in speaking the truth and being honest instead of
No, you're
dragging
not
in stuff
speaking
that's
the truth,
irrelevant.
dude. No. It's not irrelevant at all. What are you talking about? Yes, my government is criminally responsible for
Great,
the war
then
that
deal
they
with that.
launched. And the Israeli government is also responsible for constantly trying to lure my government into more wars. That's what I'm standing up against right now.
So the American government is so gullible that they just go around invading countries on the say-so of Israel.
Again, what a straw man, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu came to America in 2002 and testified before Congress that the U.S. should overthrow Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, and the Iranian regime. This isn't a secret. He's advocating that we fight more wars. And I'm telling you that this war, which we do not need to fight.
So you agree with Constantine? The United States is just retarded and fell for it? Or what? Because Constantine just said we fought these wars for no reason then? It was just because Israel tricked us? And then you just said yes. So why did you say no? Like,
which is not in our interest, has the potential to be devastating to our country, let alone the region. What is the moral relativism in any of that?
I
I'm not saying
explained to
the
you what the moral
Iranians are good
relativism
people.
is. One side wants to wipe the other one from the map. The other side wants not to have people who want to do that in charge of that country.
But
That's
Pierce,
the difference.
Pierce, do you not get my? Let me just see, Pierce. Do you
Piers, do you understand? Remember Libya and Iraq and...
get my point here? This is what they said from the very beginning of the war in Gaza. Israel doesn't want to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel just wants to retrieve the hostages and get it. But they are wiping it off the map. So why do you just get to have this standard where you decide what they want to do? I can't base it on their track record. We can't look at Iraq. We can't look at Libya. We can't look at Afghanistan. Evidently, as all the hogs can see, we can look at World War II. Everything is just like World War II. But it's not like the last
Well,
25
I do
years.
think,
It's
look,
how it was.
as
These
you
guys
know,
have wiped
I've been-
countries off the map left and right.
Well, as you
It's
know,
what
I've
they've
been-
done.
I've
It's their
been-
track record.
Why does everything like World War II? Or does he just mean like the Holocaust? Jesus.
Yeah, as you know, I've been increasingly critical of the Israel strategy in Gaza. It makes no sense until you hear people like Smodrich talking brazenly
How do you explain Netanyahu saying those things years before they happened? How do I explain the head of the state of Israel talking about how he doesn't like all of the Arab leaders surrounding him who have, for decades, talked about how Israel needs to be annihilated as a country? Give me some time and I'll think about that. The tougher question would be, what are the chances that all of these leaders that Israel wanted gone would be eventually gone when a lot of these leaders are coming and going all the time anyway, you know? That's another really tough one. I'll think about that one too. Give me a month and I'll have a good answer for you.
and openly about ethnic cleansing. I mean, it doesn't make any pretense. And at that point, I do think that there are certainly people on that in that government at senior level who absolutely want to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank. And if that has been their plan all along from October the 8th, then I was duped, and people that feared that were correct. And we'll have to see how that plays itself out. I hope that is not going to actually be the case. And the people who say on the Israeli side, they say to me, well, you know, Smotrich isn't the government. Well, he's a pretty senior member of that government, and he's not even hiding what he thinks should be happening. Before we finish this, guys, I want to talk about the politics here for Trump as well, because it's really interesting to me. Constantine, you've got the conservative right in America absolutely split down the middle. You've got Tucker Carlson on one side, and a lot of people who agree with him that this could be a disaster for America, for Trump. He shouldn't be doing it. Obviously, Dave and Tucker Carlson, now unusual bedfellows on this, but there's always a first time for everything. But you also have a lot of people on the conservative right, Lindsey Graham, Don Bolton, others who are absolutely gung-ho to get stuck into Iran here. Is there a danger that politically this really does fragment Trump's base support? And what does that mean for the Republicans, for MAGA, for Trump, for the future, for J.D. Vance and people who are aligned with Trump maybe at the next election and so on?
Well, I should preface this by saying I'm an outside observer in the United States. I do go there a lot. I spend a lot of time there. I speak to people there, but I certainly wouldn't claim to be, you know, the greatest expert in the world about what's happening in America. My sense, unexpert sense of this, is that actually I think your presentation of it is a very online-focused presentation. I think if you look at the polling, the vast majority of people in America are basically in the position I described earlier, which is they don't want Iran to get anywhere near or continue to get closer to developing nuclear weapons, and they don't want American boots on the ground. And that's the dilemma that Donald Trump has to navigate. And if you can do that,
well, there's a third dynamic. So this is where it gets more complicated, because I don't think he's even thinking about boots on the ground, but I do think he is thinking probably as we speak about whether he allows an American B-52 to take a 30,000-pound bomb and drop it on the nuclear sites, which Israel hasn't got the ability to get to.
Yeah.
I think that is probably
So let's be
more likely than not right now.
So let's be
what
honest,
he may order.
if that happens and it's successful and it doesn't lead to an escalation, everyone's going to love it because Americans love to win and they love.
Damn, Constantine comes out and says it. But we're not going to talk about this point at all.
To bomb shit, right? Let's be honest. That's the history of the last 20 years. And if that happens, they'll be very happy. And if it goes in a different direction, they will be very unhappy. So you're right. It's a big call. I don't think anyone sitting here, or frankly anywhere, knows how it's actually going to play out or whether it's a good idea. And I'm not sitting here advocating for that necessarily. I think Israel seems to be doing enough damage to significantly degrade any attempts Iran is making to have a nuclear enrichment program. And I hope that's the thing that we pursue. By the way, I don't think it's split MAGA down the middle at all. That's what it appears like on X. I really don't think when you talk to ordinary people, that's the situation in America, especially in the Republican Party, which is overwhelmingly pro-Israel and has been for a very long time.
Okay, Dave Smith.
There's no question. I mean, I largely agree with Konstantin there. I think if Trump can thread the needle here and not lead to a catastrophe, that he can survive this politically. I do think he's downplaying the split a little bit. It's not just about like polls about how people feel about boots on the ground.
But America is still acting out on behalf of Israel. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy element to it, but there is no doubt America conducts military action on behalf of Israel, right? I mean, like kind of, but our interests are largely aligned. So, I mean, like it's going to appear that way as well, right? Like America conducted military operations on behalf of, or were the interests of like Western Europe in World War II or I. Like, not because they're controlling us, it's because our interests were aligned for a variety of reasons.
Ground, which obviously the American people are largely opposed to. And yes, it is
War in Korea or Vietnam or whatever.
true that most of the Republicans do support Israel, although poll after poll has demonstrated that this is really changing with the younger generation. But look, I mean, you have a situation right now, and yesterday, like I started the day by denouncing Donald Trump, and I was taking a lot, trending on Twitter and getting a lot of praise and a lot of insults and all that stuff. But by the end of the day, it was like Tucker Carlson was being insulted by Donald Trump for not even criticizing him, really just criticizing the policy while heaping praise on Donald Trump. But Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, I mean, some of the most influential conservative voices in the United States of America have all come out and really drawn a red line that we do not want to have another war here. So the point is that if it does get to that, and that's a big if, but if it does come to that point,
so what is Dave Smith's problem? The implementation of America's interests around the world. He's just an isolationist. He's retarded. He doesn't have a problem. He hasn't even thought about this enough to have a problem. His perspective is going to be completely defined by. We all learned this when I was growing up. All the people that were libertarian for a while, we all learned this term called blowback from Iraq, and it traumatized us. And the idea is basically if the United States intervenes literally in any point ever in the world ever, it's always going to come back to us always in the worst possible way ever in a horrible terrorist attack always. And so the America can't intervene anywhere ever. That's the whole analysis. It's fucking retarded.
Like a real boots on the ground war, Donald Trump will absolutely destroy his coalition and his legacy along with it, as well as his entire domestic agenda. I mean, you need as much political capital as you can get when there's people out on the streets protesting against his immigration policies, and he's risking squandering all of this for something that's absolutely no threat to the United States of America at all, on the side of the country who secretly developed nukes and is not in the non-proliferation treaty, against the country who doesn't have nukes and is in the non-proliferation treaty. It's the most reckless madness a policy could possibly be.
Well, he's not pursuing that policy. This is what the point I keep making to Dave. What you keep doing, Dave, is taking to the extremist position. No one's talking about boots on the ground except the usual Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not even what we're really debating right now, right? But
So no one in the Trump cabinet takes seriously on these issues at all.
I don't know about that.
They don't. The conversation that's happening is about what is the right level of America's involvement. We will see what that is. And by the way, look, I haven't seen Charlie Kirk, who is genuinely influential, I think, within the MAGA movement, criticize President Trump. I think he's been kind of balanced in his commentary. All the other people, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlsons, etc., the vast majority of people within the conservative movement in America are not taking their opinion on this issue, and the polls bear that out.
Tucker, though,
I would say
Tucker, I think, is a significant voice.
People have huge audiences.
Well, I'm not saying they don't have huge audiences, but I'm saying a lot of those audiences are not within the conservative movement.
Right, but when Tucker chewed up Ted Cruz, for example, and did it pretty skillfully, I have to say, made Cruz look pretty ill-informed about Iran. That's got a massive amount of mainstream media attention today. I think that you can't ignore. I mean, it's interesting to me. Look at the split. The MAGA names against Trump: Candace Owens, you, Dave, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson. Obviously, then you got the ones for Charlie Kirk's been pretty balanced, like you said, Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, Mark Levine. I mean, I've not seen that kind of split on many issues, and this is potentially the biggest issue of all.
Can I just even responding to what Konstantin just said, because I thought I made this point pretty clear at the beginning, but let me try to make it clear. You can sit here and
Iraq, Libya, CIA, Al Qaeda. What are we going to bring up?
and say nobody's talking about boots on the ground all you want to. This whole thing is about a regime change, and all of the major players have admitted that
you don't need boots on the ground for a regime change. You retarded fuck. You literally accused the United States of doing regime change in Ukraine, and we didn't have boots on the ground for that. So why are you even...
about boots on the ground all you want to. This whole thing is about a regime change. And all of the major players have admitted this in their own words. Even Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't saying that Iran was on the cusp of having nuclear
That
weapons.
could be
He just
regime
said-
change. But Dave, that could be regime change, as we saw in Syria towards the end of last year in December, when after a long and bloody and awful civil war, suddenly the downfall of Assad happened incredibly quickly. And it didn't involve boots on the ground in any conventional sense. It involved
What? How are we defining incredibly quickly there?
suddenly the downfall of Assad happened incredibly quickly.
Incredibly quickly after like 15 years of civil war, I guess. Okay.
It didn't involve boots on the ground in any conventional sense. It involved actual Syrian boots from civilians.
that's right.
And
That's right.
they were
We
able
have-
to.
we have-
And
that's
that's
right,
why
that's right.
I see. I don't think it can be ruled out that if enough Iranian people feel that their regime has been humiliated, has actually been exposed for not being able to hit back in the way they've always vowed to, feel that they're weak and disgraced and so on, why couldn't there be an uprising like we saw in Syria at the end of last year? I don't think it can be ruled
Yes,
out.
well, I mean, listen. So, Pierce, just to be clear, because you are right about that, there are the models like Libya and Syria where it didn't require long occupations and nation building, and all you got was a failed state with open-air slave markets, a massive refugee crisis into Europe, and now you have Al Qaeda in charge of Syria. And excuse me, as an American, my beef is with Al Qaeda, not
but he's
with
not.
Hezbollah.
He is not behaving
What is Al Qaeda? Okay, I don't know.
like a member of Al Qaeda. Now he's a leader of the country. He appears to be.
Oh, so that's
Well,
okay.
I'm not taking
Oh,
anything.
all right.
I'm not. Listen, I don't take any. As Donald Trump once says, I don't trust anyone. Right. So let's see
I'm
how
not
it,
saying trust.
Let's see how
I'm
it
not saying
plays
trust
out.
here. Hold on. Pierce, I'm not saying trust. This man was fighting against America in the
No, I
Iraq
know
war,
his
part of
history.
the insurgents,
I know.
killing our boys.
I know, but
So
look-
why am I supposed to care about
No,
the
but then
people who
Nelson
kill
Mandela.
Israelis, but I'm supposed to make up with...
Nelson Mandela was on the UK's prescribed terrorist list under Margaret Thatcher and went on to become one of the greatest people in history and led his country to a more unified place. In other words, Trump is taking a bet that this new leader in Syria actually is a reformed character. And certainly, so far, you would have to say that the signs are reasonably encouraging, given the apocalyptic feelings that some people had, that he would simply be Mr. Al Qaeda presiding over complete mayhem.
And one thing is worth adding, by the way, on this is that Iran has a history. Iran, just a quick point, Dave, very quick. Iran has a history of 25 years or maybe 26 years of living in the secular and relatively liberal free society. So the people of Persia have a very different history to the countries you're talking about. This is not to say that regime change or the change of a regime does not lead to catastrophe. I mean,
And there's no obvious. I mean, someone wrote a very good piece about this. There is no obvious savior waiting in the wings other than the Shah's son, who is a quite divisive character. I've interviewed him, I like him personally, but divisive character. But there's no like Mandela figure that you could point to and say is waiting in the wings to potentially come and rescue Iran. That person so far hasn't been identified.
Can I just make a couple quick points on this? Okay, so like number one, we launched 25 years of what they are dubbed forever wars on the justification that Al Qaeda came over here and murdered innocent American citizens. And now I'm supposed to make up with Al Qaeda and forgive them for that because he put on a three-piece suit while I focus on Israel's enemies.
Yeah, countries and groups and shit change over time. What kind of fuck? He's an actual child, especially in the Middle East. Holy shit. Why would you analyze any group exactly the same as they were 20, 25 years ago? Take them for where they're at now, or look at the past 5 or 10 years of actions. Like, what are the last decades of Al Qaeda terrorist attacks on the United States? Or like, are we supposed to work with Germany now? Are we supposed to work with Japan now? Are we supposed to work after World War II? Or any? This is just like such a stupid fucking view on everything. Like, everybody in the Middle East at some point has been involved in some group or whatever that is fucking tried to kill us or tried to kill somebody else. Like, what is the standard of working or cooperating with somebody?
Find this to be like a crazy ask of the American people. And then, look, it's real easy to sit here and say, oh yeah, they had a strong tradition of liberalism and everything's going to work out this time. For the first time, we're going to have a regime change that's going to work out really smoothly. Iran is so weak. The people hate them so much. This regime has been in power since 1979, spending the vast majority of that time having the most powerful governments in the history of the world, hell-bent on ousting this regime. And they've survived this long. Maybe you guys are right this time. But Pierce, come on, man. I mean, you remember the mission accomplished banners. You remember when they had the first elections in Iraq and it even fooled Jon Stewart and he was celebrating, oh, I guess George W. Bush was right. And then we went on to the most brutal and bloody 8 years of civil war that saw 1 million innocent people die. The country absolutely destroyed, massive displacements and horror stories. And so, it's like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and maybe it'll make you a little bit uncomfortable, but the amount of people celebrating this thing 4 or 5 days into it, like, oh my God, Israel took out all their targets. Look how easy it was. We've been here before. I've seen this movie.
I'll be honest with you, Dave, as someone who's not pushing regime change
Everything is Iraq, by the way.
or American involvement, as I've said, in the way that you think people are trying to do. I am celebrating the fact that Iran is no longer enriching uranium to 60%. I think that is worth celebrating. I think that's a good thing. I think we should all be relieved that that's happening.
Yeah, I kind of agree. But I also agree with Dave Smith when he says this could go
He's just so stupid. Ugh.
horribly wrong.
But that's what we're all saying. I'm saying that too.
Yeah, I agree.
This is war. Like, no one knows how it's going to turn out exactly.
I agree. I mean, I've gone as far as...
That's why we don't get into any wars. He's so smart. He's so smart. That's why we should just never get into any wars ever. Oh my God. Genius moment.
But that's
I do
what we're
think-
all saying. I'm
yeah.
saying that too.
Yeah, I agree.
This is war. Like, no one knows how it's going to turn out exactly.
I agree. I agree. I mean, I've
That's
gone
why
as
you
far
don't
as
fight wars
saying,
of choice.
well, I've gone as far as saying I think that unlike the Iran
Don't fight a war of choice. Wait until you're forced to fight. That's always the best time to fight.
war in 2003, I feel like this seems a justified action by Israel to protect its people from what is clear fast-moving acceleration of uranium by a lethal enemy that is wedded to terror groups all over its border that want to kill it. I understand that. It seems justified. Now, does that mean I think it's going to work and isn't going to cause huge problems? No. And I think the jury is very firmly out on that. And it's going to be an extremely fascinating and turbulent few weeks and months ahead. And I think right now, Donald Trump, probably the loneliest man in the world, sitting in the White House, working out what does he actually do now. And if he does press the button on attacking Iran, that will go really against pretty much everything he said, other than specifically Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. But in terms of starting a war in the Middle East, that is really antithetical against everything he's said he stands for. So it's a really interesting, momentous decision for Donald Trump to be taking, and the consequences could be enormous. But gentlemen, I've really enjoyed this debate. Thank you both for agreeing to do it. I think it was constructed in the right tone. We didn't descend into ad hominem attacks.
Can I just say, I have a much bigger penis than you, Piers, and you, Dave.
That's actually not. That's actually almost certainly not true.
A reference to the George Galloway episode yesterday.
And Dave Smith, we all know, is the most well hung of the three of us. So why don't we just leave it with Dave Smith for the win?
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you, Pierce.
Thanks, brother.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
I'm assuming that was a reference to some Twitter fight or whatever. Governor Newsom press office. Marine One rises. The sky salutes. Happy proud. I got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. This morning, ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled. False! We were never there. Ooh. Cher, this is the one who shook NATO in just 5 days. Legal Defense Post. It's 2025 and Ethan Klein is suing creators for fair use. Legal Defense Fund below. Stream coming soon. Image unrelated. $100,000. California for a fair use suit. It wouldn't surprise me if this was a $500,000 case, easy, going to trial, depending on who they hire. Because I feel like it's a lot of stuff you have to watch. I feel like you're getting into tech-related stuff. So there's going to be a lot of like technicalities that you're going to be arguing. I don't know if 100K, but my ops are going to run out of money for their lawsuits. In a stunning moment, ICE agents been denied entry into Dodger Stadium. What is it? Okay. Would 90% enriched uranium be more effective for civilian nuclear energy stuff? I don't know anything about nuclear stuff, but is the 5% enrichment level the ideal amount or no? I mean, it depends on what your goal is. 90% enriched uranium would be incredibly effective if the way that you're measuring like produced power as like how much power can you produce versus the demand for said energy. Because if you were to do like 90% enriched uranium inside of a nuclear reactor, you would cause a massive nuclear explosion that would kill everybody around you, which would severely reduce the need for power. So technically your power needs would be met, just in kind of a roundabout way. The fuck is this? Professor has mental breakdown and accuses class of cheating.
before we pass out the scores for last week's midterm exams, I want to share something about my life with you. I've been a statistics professor here at UCF for the past 9 years. The joy of my life has been teaching students just like you, right? I met my wife here. We bought our first home here in Orlando. Orlando is my home. This school is my home. And today is a day that I prayed would never come. I want to show you last year's test score average for this same midterm exam. That class averaged 67%. 67% for them. And the year before, averaged 65%. Okay? Here is this class's average. It's 91%. 91%. We would call this a bimodal distribution, which means that an external factor has been applied to a data set, forming an unprecedented result. Okay? In layman's terms, you cheated. Now, I don't know if you think that I'm stupid. I don't know if you just thought that this was something that we wouldn't notice. But whoever is responsible for this is in for a very rude awakening. Okay? Because as of now, everyone in this room's test scores from last week have been tossed.
Ooh. Sorry, that was me.
They've been tossed. All right? You can consider yourself lucky, yeah? Because I've had my TAs up all night. They didn't sleep. They've been developing test questions for a brand new exam that you are going to take to make up for last week's scores right now. I want you all to remember this day. I want you to remember that in the real world, there aren't magical other people that just skip around giving you the answers to your problems. It doesn't work that way. The truth is earned. It's not gifted to you. There are problems in your life that you're going to need to learn how to wrestle with yourself. Computers away, pencils out. By some miracle, by some divine intervention from God Himself, you all managed to score even better on yesterday's exam than you did on the one before. Since I now can't trust any of my TAs, they've been fired, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take another exam, this time with questions written by me, and me only. I'm the only person in the world who knows what these questions are, which means I'm also the only person in the world who could help you cheat. And guess what? Spoiler alert, I'm not going to do that. Computers away, pencils out. So how'd you do it? Every single answer on the short answer exam yesterday was perfect. Whoever is responsible for this, just go ahead and stand up and own up to it. All right. Your funeral. Here's what we're going to do. Why don't we leave it up to chance? I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. You get it right, you pass this class. You get it wrong, you fail. Who's going first? Yesterday, when Jeremy guessed 17, I was thinking to myself, well, that's just lucky Jeremy. And then when Kaylee guessed 34, I thought, that's weird. And then when Eric and Michaela and Tori all correctly guessed the numbers that I was thinking of, I began to waver. I began to lose all faith in reason. If one of you has implanted a chip into my brain, I'm coming for you. And I won't stop until I find you. And when I do, you will be reported to the dean. You all seem to be so knowledgeable. But what remains to be seen is if you can tell me what's going to happen in my future. Computers away, pencils out. These are my mother's ashes. She died of a brain hemorrhage over the weekend, as you all accurately answered on your exam. There's clearly nothing that I can teach you. I'm giving you all A's. You are dismissed. You're dismissed. You can go. Go. I can't teach you anything. You already know everything. You already know everything. What are the winning Powerball numbers this weekend? Woo! I'm fucking red! I'm fucking red! Oh, you beautiful brainiacs, you were right the whole time. I have so many questions for you, holy shit. Wait a minute, is my wife cheating on me? I fucking knew it, that fucking bitch. All right, we've got a lot to cover. Computers away, pencils out. Question 1, do aliens really exist? Who killed JFK? 9/11. Let's start with Tower 7. What really happened? Which religion is the right one? How do I break the cycle of abuse that my grandfather started? Is this dress white and gold or black and blue? Did my sister ever catch me jacking off when we were kids? How do I become best friends with Bruno Mars? Am I gay? Don't answer that. Okay, thanks so much. Holy shit. Bruno Mars just asked me to open for him at MetLife. Well, that was insane. The feeling of euphoria can never be that good again, right? Right? And you guys are absolutely sure about this? How do I get off heroin? When am I going to die? So little time left. I guess what matters most is what you do with your life while you still can. So, Israel, Palestine. How do we fix that? You gave me the Nobel Peace Prize, huh? I don't have much time. Zelensky needs me in Brussels tomorrow morning to weigh in at the NATO summit. What are we doing about Ukraine? I now have the Kremlin under my thumb. Thank you, Kaylee. Guys, there's got to be another way to fix climate change that doesn't involve genocide. Okay, fine. Which race? How do we fix immigration issues, guys? And you can't say genocide. Don't even try it. I've been offered Secretary of State, but it's not enough. I need executive authority. How do I overthrow the president? All right, he's dead, but I think his wife saw me. What am I supposed to do? All right, she's dead. Who should I pick as my VP? I see the way you all look at me. All of you. You look at me like you don't think that I've earned shit. Well, guess what? I don't fucking need you. You need me. I never needed you. You were never important to me. You are all just a vessel that I use to get to the places that I was always destined to go. I don't need you. You need me. Well, you guys were right. They say it's terminal. Since this is our final class together, I was hoping that you might indulge me with one final question.
Did you cheat on the first quest?
What's the purpose of life if it all just leads
or
to
test,
nothing?
Or quiz, fuck, not quest, sorry.
Yes, Samantha.
I want you to remember that in the real world, there aren't magical other people that just skip around giving you the answers to your problems. It doesn't work that way. The truth is earned. It's not gifted to you. The truth is earned. It's not gifted to you. The truth is earned. It's not gifted to you. The truth is earned.
Bobby, I think you left your cell phone. It's right there.
Christ. Okay, well. This is what it was based off of. UCF professor Richard Quinn accuses class of cheating. Original. Use this real quick.
Okay, we're going to get started, and I know we had planned on going through and talking about the Chapter 9 material today, talking about mergers and acquisitions, alliances, and those kinds of things. That's been preempted. And unfortunately, I think some of you know, I've been here for 11 years. I spent 10 years before I came here at the Rochester Institute of Technology. So I've been doing this for the last 21 plus years. Probably delivered course content to tens of thousands of students over those 21 years. And there was always one lecture that I hoped I never would have to give. And unfortunately, that hope ran out. Because I'm going to give a lecture today that basically is the toughest one I've ever had to give. And for some of you, it's the toughest one you've ever had to hear. When the midterm exam ended on Friday, a week ago, I looked at this data from the midterm exam, and at first I was just looking at the running statistics for the exam, and the exam was running about a grade and a half higher than it ever had run before. I thought that was rather interesting. It kind of set up a little bit of a red flag, because with 600 some odd students, and basically a course has been taught fundamentally the same way for the last 4 or 5 years, you don't see that kind of a grade improvement by chance. Once the exam ended, I ran more complete statistics on the exam, and what I came up with, or what came out of that, was something that looks like this. Right? And I'm comparing the summer 2010 capstone course, which I taught, to the fall 2010 capstone course. In summer 2010, this is the grade distribution. It's virtually a standard normal distribution around a mean. You'll notice that there's a single peak in the distribution, and that the tails of the distribution are relatively equal, with the exception of the one student down at the bottom who basically scored a 60 out of 200. It's a relatively normal distribution. That's what it ought to look like. There are about 400 students in the course in the summer. This is the grade distribution from this semester, and I think you can immediately notice the difference. This is what's called a bimodal distribution. Bimodal distributions exist when an external force has been applied to a data set that creates a systematic bias to the data set. Now, on Sunday when I ran this, I didn't know what the systematic bias was, but I knew that it was there. On Monday, I found out what it was, because a student, either through a guilty conscience or as a heads up, anonymously dropped this in the bin on my office door. This is, as some of you out there know, because some of you out there are also in possession of this.
Did he, wait, I was in the other room. Did they actually cheat? Was this like a cheating guide or something, or what happened? Snitch, snitch. Oh, they did cheat. Uh-oh.
Is the complete test bank for the midterm exam. During the course of Monday, the lab instructors basically took a look at the data, started receiving emails from students who were concerned and upset that classmates had been bragging to them that they had advanced copies of the exam?
Wait, real quick. I need somebody to steel man this for me, okay? I don't understand this. Can somebody steel man okay, in high school, especially for some of our AP classes, we would, like, the teacher would say they grade on a curve, but they weren't real curves. It was like a divide by 2, add 50 kind of thing. And I think it was because, like, the classes were small enough that, like, if you could demonstrate understanding of each other, like, whatever, okay? So when I was in high school, I thought a curve was like, oh, it's like you're boosting all the grades. But apparently in some college courses, apparently this is popular, like, in law school, a curve means that, like, a certain percentage of people have to fail, a certain percentage of people have to get A. Can somebody steelman the fucking logic to this? Why? That, is it true that, I'm trying to think, I have a friend going to, I think, Columbia right now, and she told me that for, like, 1Ls, for year 1, that, like, the bottom 20% auto fail or something, or you're just, it, like, fucks you. Like, why should that matter? Like, let's say theoretically you live in a world where every single person actually got 9 out of 10 on every single quiz and got a, 49 out of 50 on all the tests or whatever the fuck, or on final, almost everybody got everything perfect. Like, can somebody steal? Why? I don't understand this. The logic is for it to be a normal distribution around 75% because the grade of 75% is meant to be a median, so inevitably about 20% will fail. But why not just then base it off of the actual scores on the material? The idea of the curve is to not determine if you know the information, it is to rank the people taking the test among themselves. Sure, but then people, like, pass or fail based on the curve, though. I just don't understand why. Wouldn't you want just somebody to demonstrate mastery of the material? So the test would be, can you pass the test? It's a rent control for a school. Because they only take the best of the best, sir. Shut the fuck up. This is how elite schools maintain being an elite school, by auto-failing? Like, why not, if it's on a normal distribution anyway, then why not just say, if you score under this, then you fail? Then your class size will be about the correct way anyway, no? I don't know, it just seems weird that in some places you could, like, if you were in a smarter class, you're, like, worse off, and if you're in a dumber class, you could theoretically have passed. I don't know, it just seems really stupid to me, but whatever.
And that they aced the exam because they had all the answers ahead of time. Guess what? The midterm exam grades are being tossed.
Ooh!
Whatever you scored on the midterm exam no longer exists. Everybody in the capstone course is going to be required to retake a new midterm exam. And before I get into the specifics of that, I want to thank all of the lab instructors.
The idea is if the class is too hard or too easy, it's adjusted to a normal distribution, which is widely shown to be a common distribution for the performance of the class. Basically, low average. Well, then why not just, like, score the test and then fail the people who fail anyway? I just don't understand the point of this. You're scoring the test anyway, right?
And all of the team for working virtually nonstop over the course of the last 96 hours to write a completely new exam with about 200 questions to choose from.
The actual curve of abilities is fitting a normal distribution. If the test is too easy, you masked that distribution that we want to show. Okay, not to sound, okay, now careful, let me make my position very clear. People cry way too much about cost of tuition in the US. Students are spoiled losers, and all of them should have to pay back their student loans, okay? Fuck all students. Now, that being said, I'm sorry, if I'm paying $20,000, $30,000 a year to go to your fuck-ass school, is not part of your job making a correct fucking test? Why is it my problem that you have to create some bullshit distribution curve algorithm because your ass is too lazy to create a proper test for the students? Like, what the fuck are we paying you for? I mean, come on. If there's any reason why higher education costs so much, should it not be at least for you guys to make proper tests? Come on. All right?
None of which, and I repeat, none of which come from a test bank. So whoever has the test bank for the midterm, it's worthless. Ooh. And I'm presuming you also have a test bank for the final exam. It's also worthless. Ooh. Because as soon as this exam is completed, the entire team is going to write a completely new final exam with 0 questions coming from any test bank. Over the course of the past 4 or 5 days,
For some subjects, it's very difficult to determine the difficulty of an exam ahead of time. What? Why? Is the math changing? What do you mean by that? Like, the differentiation shortcuts, they're all different now, okay? Or we don't integrate like that at all anymore. Or like the answer to Pythagorean's theorem has actually evolved significantly over time. What do you mean? It's hard to determine how difficult the test is ahead of time. I don't get it. Do you know trigonometry or not? Okay? Measure the triangles, man. That seems to be a pretty concrete thing to measure, no?
your lab instructors, academic services, and the Office of the Dean have begun and are continuing a forensic analysis of not only all of the data, but all of the available traffic.
Everything isn't math? Okay, I'm sorry, is history changing all the time? What do you mean? The Civil War, 600,000 dead? Oh my God, how out of date is that answer? We actually have a new understanding. It's not actually that, now it's a totally different number. Oh, 6 million? Do you know who's teaching this course? You know what that last name is, right? You really think that 6 million was gonna be the right answer here? I'm sorry, we don't have Finkelberg teaching the class anymore, so, you know, like what?
Begun and are continuing a forensic analysis of not only all of the data, but all of the available traffic over all of the available environments that possibly could provide us with better information about where this started and how widespread it is. Let me tell you where we are right now. Right now, we've narrowed the pool of we are right now.
Brutal real voice.
Right now, we've narrowed the pool of participants to about a third of the class. So when you get into your labs this week, just to give you some idea of the perspective of that, when you get into your labs this week, look at the person on your left side, look at the person on your right side. Statistically, one of them cheated on the exam. Now, we had two options.
Damn.
One was to basically just simply scrub all of the other activities through the rest of the semester, cancel the capstone competition. But that would have been unfair to the two-thirds of the class that was honest and ethical and tried and did it right. But I want to send a clear message to the ones who started this and the ones who propagated it and the ones who encouraged it over the course of the weeks leading up to the midterm exam. As I said to the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies when I met with him late last week, I could give him a list today, and I could guarantee him with about a 95% certainty that everybody who cheated on the exam was on the list. What I couldn't do was give him a list and guarantee that everybody whose name was on the list cheated on the exam. That was going to require some further forensic analysis of the data. We expect to have that forensic analysis of the data completed by the end of this week. At the end of this week, we will turn our findings over to academic affairs, and at that point in time, the options and the results and the conclusions are out of our hands. They will do what they need to do to protect the integrity of the university and to protect the integrity of the college. I don't want to be the one to have to explain to your parents why you aren't going to graduate.
Damn.
So I went back to the dean and I negotiated a deal with the dean. Unfortunately, the deal has a time limit. The time limit runs out at 7 a.m. on Monday morning. Because that's when we're going to turn the data over to academic affairs, and at that point in time, they're going to take over and do their own investigation, and they're not happy. So here's the deal. If you participated in this, you have a choice. You can sit back in silence and hope your name doesn't get caught in the net, which is very quickly closing around the participants, or you can individually, quietly, one by one, anonymously if you wish, to the rest of your classmates, identify yourself to your lab instructor. If you do that.
What was the, just curious, what class was this for? Because this would be funny if this was like a stats or econ related course, and it's like, it's kind of like a real life prisoner's dilemma, you know? Like if none of us snitch, we're all in a better position technically, but if one of us snitches, that one is in a better position than anybody else, but if we all snitch, we all fuck ourselves. It's a high level management? Oh, okay.
Get to complete the rest of the course. The grade you get in the course is the grade you earn in the course. And providing you complete a 4-hour ethics course being offered by the folks over in academic affairs, any permanent record of this will be wiped from your transcripts. There'll be no further action taken. So the choice is yours.
Wow.
If you want to take a high-risk gamble, take it. I challenge you to take it. Because we know who you are. We know where you are. And when academic affairs is done, you'll know the outcome. And oh, by the way, for those of you who think that this is something that we caught by accident, college has informed every faculty member in the College of Business and every faculty member at the University of Central Florida that if they're using a publisher's test bank, that the test banks have been compromised. So if you've got a test bank from somebody else's textbook you think you're going to use, don't even dream of it. I've also been in contact with every single one of the major publishers who publishes textbooks that are used by the College of Business. They're not only aware of it, but 2 of those publishers have turned the matter over to their legal staffs to pursue whatever legal action comes out of the investigation. The information's also been shared with the Academy of Management and every organization that deals across college campuses, and I met in Atlanta, Georgia with faculty from 20 universities and shared it with them. The days of being able to find a new way to cheat the system are over.
Oof. This guy, hopefully he's not still alive because he'll be very unhappy right now.
They're over, not just for this course, but for this university. This kind of behavior will not, cannot be tolerated. You know who you are. To say I'm disappointed is beyond comprehension. Physically ill, absolutely disgusted.
Would you snitch, assuming you are not the propagator? Well, that would depend on whether or not I cheated or whether or not I actually studied for the test. If it's like a rank school or anything, or if I studied, I might, because fuck them. I did all the fucking work. I'm not letting you motherfuckers score the same as me, but if I cheated, we're going to find that. We're going to find that snitch, and he ain't ever going to talk to anybody again.
Completely disillusioned, trying to figure out what was the last 20 years for. For those of you out there who acted ethically and acted honorably and did it right, you have my undying gratitude and my utmost respect. For those of you who took the shortcut, don't call me. Don't ask me to do anything for you ever. Again.
Damn.
The midterm exam makeup will open at 7 a.m. on Monday morning, November the 8th. It will close at midnight on November the 10th. It'll be open for 51 hours. That's it. Those are the hours you get to take the makeup exam. I don't care what's on your schedule. I don't care what you have planned. If you have to give birth, you're going to give birth in the exam room. Because it's going to have to take a signed, hand-delivered note from God for you to get out of taking this midterm exam. So adjust your schedules, blow off whatever it is you have to blow off to be there. But this is a one shot, one time, 7 a.m. on Monday to midnight on Wednesday. If you miss it, too bad.
Do you think if someone clocks in for someone else when they're running 5 minutes late, is that honestly something that should be reported? Should be reported? I feel like that would depend on the job that you work.
It is mandatory for everybody.
Even those that do not participate.
Yep, and you can thank your teammates and your classmates and those that did participate for providing you with the opportunity to do this. I tell you how frustrating this has been. I didn't even have the wits about me in the last 9 days or 8 days to actually load the slides for the Chapter 9 presentations. I literally have, unless I have it on my keychain, I literally don't have the material available to me to be able to present it.
UFC statement, this dude is a huge boomer who used a pre-made test bank from the textbook's publisher and got asking that students had access to it. Well, I mean, hey, if they cheated, then fuck them. If he made it easy to cheat, then then fuck him. This is called ESH. Everyone sucks here, okay? Who cares? That is not cheating. That's definitionally cheating. Please, Zoomers, don't answer questions about things that are morally right or wrong. You guys think that you're morally justified for anything if it, like, feels good. Okay, fuck you. Here's an update. Most confessed. To be more clear, the students knew that 50 of the possible 700 questions would be on the test and studied all of them. As they were found online, nothing was stolen, and in my mind, no cheating occurred. Assuming they did not access this information during the test, The teacher was just lazy. The students knew it and used it to their advantage. I mean, if you're finding questions on the test and the teacher hasn't made those directly available, it is cheating. I mean, you can argue that the teacher was dumb for drawing on the questions, but I mean, if you're finding things and you know that the teacher doesn't want you to have access to these things, I mean, it's cheating. I would do it. You better believe I'd cheat if that was the case, but I'm just saying it is what it is. In my opinion, this one was better. Professor talking about a stolen laptop. Hold on, I'm just banning the most retarded fucking things. I'm doing more IQ censorship into GG, okay? Okay. There we go, all right.
Give him the last few minutes here.
What is this?
Thanks, Gary. I have a message for one person in this audience. I'm
Uh-oh.
sorry the rest of you have to sit through this. As you know, my computer was stolen in my last lecture. The thief clearly wanted to betray everyone's trust and was after the exam. The thief was smart not to plug the computer into the campus network. But the thief was not smart enough to do three things. He was not smart enough to immediately remove Windows. I installed the same version of Windows on another computer within 15 minutes. The people in Redmond, Washington were very interested to know why it was that the same version of Windows is being signaled to them from two different computers. The thief also did not inactivate either the wireless card or the transponder that's in that computer. Within about an hour, there was a signal from various places on campus that's allowed us to track exactly where that computer went at every time that it was turned on.
A transponder in the fucking laptop? Jesus, 14 years ago? Bro.
I'm not particularly concerned about the computer, but the thief who thought he was only stealing an exam is presently, we think, probably still
What does this guy have on that computer?
in possession of three different kinds of data, any one of which can send this man, this young boy, actually, to federal prison. Not
That's sounding worse and worse.
a good place for a young boy to be. You are in possession of data from a $100 million trial sponsored by the NIH, for which I'm a consultant. This involves some of the largest companies on the planet. The NIH investigates these things through the FBI. They have been identified, they've been notified about this problem. You are in possession of trade secrets from a Fortune 1000 biotech company, the largest one in the country, which I consult for. The Federal Trade Communication is very interested in this. Federal marshals are the people who handle that. You are in possession of proprietary data from a pre-public company planning an IPO. The Securities and Exchange Commission is very interested in this, and I don't even know what branch of law enforcement they use. Your academic career is about to come to an end.
How does motherfucker have like the nuclear launch codes on his laptop but no password? This is not true. He's just memeing, right?
You are facing very serious charges with a probability of very serious time. At this point, there's very little that anybody can do for you. The one thing that you can do...
Stop being retarded. Cheating is an intentional state of mind. I don't know why people are asking. Is it cheating if you have questions of, let's say, 3 years of exams of a course? In my university, it was really common for students to write down the questions after a test and then learn them, since they were repeating, and you could take the exam even after advancing to the next year, even if you failed the class. I don't even know what this question is. It's retarded. If you are trying to get the questions ahead of time, and you know that the teacher doesn't want you to have the question ahead of time, it's cheating. Now, is it ethical or not ethical? That's a different thing. But don't, like, this is retarded to be like, oh, well, if it was publicly available, like, it's cheating. Some people in chat were like, well, what about when for practice tests where they give you the questions ahead of time? They're making it available to you. That's not cheating. This is retarded. But listen, I'm not saying all cheating is unethical or bad, all right?
For yourself
But don't be delusional about what you're doing.
is to somehow prove that the integrity of the data which you possess has not been corrupted or copied. Ironically, I am the only person on the planet that can come to your aid because I am the only person that can tell whether the data that was on that computer are still on that computer. You will have to find a way of hoping that if you've copied any...
Did you ever cheat in school? I was a... yeah, hell yeah, you better believe I did. The fuck? Good thing cell phones didn't exist because I would have cheated even more. You shouldn't cheat in school. Like, don't do that. Not good for you.
Then you can prove that you have only one copy of whatever was made. I am tied up all this afternoon. I am out of town all of next week. You have until 11:55 to return the computer and whatever copies you've made to my office, because I'm the only hope you've got of staying out of deeper trouble than you or any student that I've ever known has ever been in.
Wow.
I apologize to the rest of you to have to bring up this tasteful matter.
He's bringing out the neuralizer. Oh, shit.
But I will point out that we have a partial image of this person. We have 2 eyewitnesses. With the transponder data, we're going to get this person. Thank you.
Can you guys know why cheating in school is bad? Well, ideally, school is supposed to prepare you and give you a certain set of skills to move you on to the next level, whether that's another layer of school or whether that's some job. And it's supposed to demonstrate, well, you demonstrate competency in exams or tests, and it is supposed to teach you or train you in competency. So if you cheat, you are arguably you're depriving yourself of the education, and then you're misrepresenting your credentials, I guess, theoretically. In its ideal version, that would be why cheating is unethical. Trump admin is planning to repeal the ban on asbestos. He talks to me about the cause of cancer. Is asbestos still the cheapest stuff to do? What was this primarily used for? Insulation? Any sort of fireproofing, it's flame retardant, fire retardant. Okay. The fuck is this?
Middle of the Everglades. Attorney General James Uthmeier here at the Miami-Dade Collier Training Facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. If people get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens. This presents a great opportunity for the state of Florida to work with Miami-Dade and Collier counties. Alligator Alcatraz, we're ready to go. James Uthmeier here at the...
Is this our current Attorney General? Is that true? Okay. Is this a real thing? Today? Okay. Okay. Good job, Florida. Wait, what is this about specifically? Last year, under the Biden admin, the Environmental Protection Agency took a long-awaited step to ban the last type of asbestos still used in the U.S., chrysotile asbestos, aka white asbestos. While use of crystalline asbestos was on the decline, the dangerous mineral has lingered in various gaskets, brake blocks, aftermarket automotive brakes and linings, other vehicle. With a ban, the U.S. joined over 50 other countries around the world that has banned its use due to health risks. Generally, asbestos is known to cause lung cancer, mesothelioma, ovarian cancer, and laryngeal cancer. What kind of cancer is this again? A rare and aggressive cancer that develops in the linings of the lungs, abdomen, or heart. While the move was decades in the making and hailed by health proponents, it still allowed companies a generous period to phase out use of asbestos, in some cases up to 12 years. It didn't stop industry from taking legal action against the regulation shortly after the EPA's announcement. The litigation brought by a number of companies and trade groups, including the American Chemistry Council, has been ongoing since then. Saying now intends to reconsider the ban and expects the process, including... Trump supports the use of asbestos in his 1997 book, The Art of the Comeback. Trump wrote that asbestos is 100% safe once applied and blamed the mob for its reputation as a carcinogen, writing, I believe that the movement against asbestos was led by the mob because it was often mob-related companies that would do the asbestos removal. Okay. Based.
Attention. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Mesothelioma is a rare cancer linked to...
He's technically right about it being safe when set. It's only when exposed and broken that it can be inhaled. Well, I imagine there's probably different applications of asbestos and different ways that it can be used, and more than just insulating pipes or whatever, because it sounded like there were other applications for it. But yes, once asbestos is already in an area, because I think we had asbestos in my first house, but typically, if it's in an area that's not going to be disturbed, they don't recommend removing it because then you have to bring in the hazmat suits. You got to do all sorts of crazy shit to remove it. But if it's not going to be disturbed, just leave it there. But ideally, I think you wouldn't want to use it, at least for like residential construction or whatever. Maybe maybe there are other applications of it that isn't as dangerous. I don't know.
To asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in the Navy, shipyards, mills, heating, construction, or the automotive industries may have put you at risk. Please don't wait. Call 1-800-99...
16 billion passwords from Apple, Facebook, and Google, and more have leaked. 16 billion passwords? There's not even 1 billion people on the planet. How could there possibly be that many passwords? Prompting both Google to tell billions of users to change their passwords, and the FBI to warn Americans about opening suspicious link in SMS. What, most of the intelligence in the format of a URL, followed by logins and passwords. That information that allowed access to pretty much any online service imaginable. Always some of the researchers found that data sets were exposed very briefly, with enough time for them to be discovered, but not long enough for researchers to figure out who's controlling the data. The leak is the work of multiple info stealers, but it's also... Tech stuff you shouldn't write about tech stuff if you're not a tech outlet, or you should have a tech thing to... Because this could mean very different things. I'm sorry, now that I read this, I feel like I understand this a little bit better. This sounds like an amalgamation of a whole bunch of different phishing attacks and leaks from other websites and a whole bunch of other things is what it sounds like when I read the article. The headline, when it says 16 billion passwords from Apple, Facebook, and Google and more leaked, makes it sound like there were leaks from these companies themselves. This is a very fucking annoying headline, and I don't know if the writer of this article even necessarily knows the difference, but those are two very, very, very different things, just to be clear, but whatever. I mean, it's still bad, but...
Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of like, we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are two very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president inherited from our previous incompetent president in the weakness of the previous administration. And the president has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort cleaning up these crises that were caused by the last administration's just complete dereliction of duty on the world stage and American weakness. Now we have American strength again. With respect to
Okay. Would two-factor authentication mitigate this, or do I have to change my passwords again? I'm sorry, hold on. Are there still conservatives somewhere out there that like are deluding themselves into thinking that other countries respect us or respect Trump? Like, who thinks this at this point? What do they even point to for evidence of that? Like, where do we see this at? Hello? You should probably be using two-factor on almost everything at this point. I think it's pretty important. Yeah, and you should be probably using a password manager so that you're using different passwords on everything as well, but... What is Lycan saying? Holy shit, Ethan actually registered the content nuke 3 days before release so he could pull this stunt. Well, I mean... Way to say you support IP theft. Way to say you didn't watch the video. Well, I mean, you probably shouldn't say you're going to watch something explicitly with the goal of depriving the original creator of views and money from it in a commercial application that you yourself are doing, while also making it a derivative work and not transformative at all. Like, I mean, you're literally, you're nuking your own credibility so hard in terms of standing up to this in any legal sense. Stunt is when defending your copyright against malicious actors.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published.
What does he think this is evidence of? He gave them an opportunity to fuck up really, I guess it's like Israel-Palestine. Maybe Ethan, the Jew, is living it in real time. He gave them an opportunity to make a massive fucking blunder, and then they did. What? Give us a hot take on how the 3 copyright lawsuits are going to play out. So, the thing that's going to make this really painful, I think, or that's going to make this quite complicated is, bad for the defense, is if he's registered this work as a copyright thing with the, I think it's the Library of Congress, or is it the Copyright Office? Then I think are entitled, there might be statutory damages. I don't know if those are minimums or if those are maximums, but I think you get statutory damages for infringements on your copyright. So you're in a much scarier world, I think. Fuck, can anybody point me to this? Is it part of the Copyright Act or law or... Register, copyright, protection, civil, sue. This AI is not correct, but I don't believe. Damn, the copyright or the AI even cites it incorrectly. Yes, copyright registration is generally required before you can file a civil lawsuit for copyright infringement. Do I have to register with your office to be protected? No, in general, registration is voluntary. Copyright exists from the moment the work is created. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't read it all. You will have to register, however, if you wish to bring a lawsuit for infringement of a U.S. work. There's no way that's true. See Circular 1, Copyright Basics, Section 2, Copyright Registration. This is the .gov. Oh. Doesn't this seem petty from Ethan? No, what the fuck? They're literally abusing it in the worst way possible. What are you talking about? Petty? They literally are. She was broadcasting to 40, 50,000 people saying, watch this instead of watching it on his thing so that we don't give him any money. That's insane. Isn't that entrapment by definition? No, nobody's forcing you to break copyright here. What are you talking about? Nobody's forcing you to act with malicious intent here. You're unhinged. You can register it after the breach and then bring a lawsuit, I would imagine. Oh, is that true? Copyright in a work initially belongs to the author who created the work. When two or more authors create a single work with the intent of merging their contributions in inseparable works made for hire, it's an extremely important exception. That's not the individual. Copyright exists automatically in original work of authorship once it is fixed in a tangible medium, but a copyright owner can take steps to enhance the protections of copyright, the most important of which is registering the work. Although registering a work is not mandatory for U.S. works, registration or refusal is necessary to enforce the exclusive rights of copyright through litigation. Applying a copyright notice to a work has not been required since March 1st, 1989, but may still provide a practical and legal benefits, or may notice typically consists of the copyright symbol or the word copyright and the name of the copyright owner. Benefits of registration. Okay, registration establishes a claim of to copyright with the Copyright Office. An application for copyright registration can be filed by the owner or owners of an exclusive right of a work, the owner of all exclusive rights, or an agent on behalf of an author or owner. An application contains 3 essential elements: a completed application form, non-refundable filing fee, and non-returnable deposit. That is a copy of the certificate of registration. It's a public record of key facts relating to the authorship and ownership of the claimed work. Oh, I wonder if this is just to bring a legal action through the Copyright Office, but maybe isn't necessarily required for like civil action, maybe? Through litigation, maybe? I don't know. Let's see, you can submit an application to copyright.gov for more information. Registration, effective date registration. $1989 decision, Jesus. SOS Inc. v. Payday. I don't know why. I'm not reading all this shit. Alina Beans, welcome to the Tier 1 Clubber. Wait, somebody... Paul, thank you for the 10 gifted YouTube memberships, buddy. If you're bored, watch this. Not that bored. Trump's America.
I had a really good time today.
Yeah, me too. I really look.
What are you doing? She's coming with us. What are you talking about? Who are you? I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're rounding up illegals. She was born here. She's a citizen. I don't care. She looks like one of them. But don't worry. When she's in prison in El Salvador,
Jesus.
She'll have lots of company.
Jesus Christ. Is this a real commercial? Paid for by progressiveactionfund.com. Damn. Kind of base, though. Okay. The deranged hatred in this country has gotten out of control. Today I was run off the road in Rocky River, and the life of me and my family was threatened by a person who proceeded to show a Palestinian flag before taking off. I filed a police report with Capitol Police and the local police department. As a Marine, a proud Jewish American, and a staunch defender of Israel.
District.
What is it? What is it?
Let's make something abundantly clear to anyone who needs to see this, which apparently is a lot of people. If you have an issue with a legislator, your city councilman, your mayor, anyone like that, the appropriate thing to do is to reach out to them for a phone call to set up a meeting at one of our district offices. What is not okay is to assault anyone, whether you're a member of Congress or anybody else within our district, while you are driving to work. Ohio 7, this morning, as I was driving to work, some unhinged, deranged man decided to lay on his horn and run me off the road when he couldn't get my attention to show me a Palestinian flag. Not to mention death to Israel, death to me, that he wanted to kill me and my family. Thank God my daughter was not in my vehicle or anybody else at the time. We know exactly who you are. I have gone about my day. I have carried on my meetings, and we will not hide. And I will continue to fight against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all other forms of hate. You have an issue? Take it to our office. You
Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is the judge going to let Casey Jones have her emotional support bong in the courtroom? Jesus.
Now, Denims, of course, always deliver.
Oh, that's me. Denims talks about copyright infringement.
Bring the good.
That's not really
At least I'm not like direct.
accurately what the clip is, but okay. Well, I guess it kind of is. I thought she was talking about the lawsuit. Whatever. What is happening at Twitch? Am I just like too disconnected from the culture and I'm just not seeing things? I feel like Twitch has been like doing nothing for a couple years. I feel like that site has just been trudging along. I guess Kai and is Speed on Twitch now, or does he still just stream on YouTube? Maybe most of the growth is in like the kind of the WL community direction, and I'm not like, I don't really watch any of that, so he's only on YouTube. Oh. Damn, dude. Speed was originally a streamer on Twitch, wasn't he? And then he got banned? That's a huge fuck up if I have the timeline right on that. Damn, Jesus. Why do you trust that screenshot? What screenshot? Twitch banning multi-streamers is only one thing. The party's better or kick streamer results. Oh, I'm not even talking about the screenshot. I'm just saying I feel like in general, I feel like Twitch is fucked up a lot. They just seem to be making a lot of mistakes. I feel like Kick is spending a lot of money, but I'm just not in part of any community. It feels like they have like, it's obviously nowhere near Twitch's size yet, but it feels like Kick is like getting streamers now, and there are like people on the platform, and there are people that go about watching streams and stuff. I don't know if it's been worth the investment so far. Also, arguably, they're pushing Twitch to do DVR since somehow Kick got that feature running before Twitch did. I don't know. Ludwig confronts Jason. Who's Jason?
No, that's her age. Good job. All right. Young as hell. Next up is Jason.
Yeah, come on, rock and roll.
Yeah.
Was Cutie ever part of OTK? She was, right? Or was she? Or was she not? She was on TSM? No? Oh. I feel like she's one of the only people on Twitch who has been able to like consistently like organize events to actually get people together, because her and I guess Melina, right, were the two. Because didn't they also organize where everybody went to that house and did I don't even fucking remember what it was because I don't watch anything on Twitch or whatever, with a bunch of OTK people. I feel like her and Melina were the only two that could do it consistently. It seems like it. Oh shit camp, yeah.
Good job. All right. Next
And she started the whole
up
streamer
is
award show stuff and everything, right?
Jason.
Yeah, come on, y'all, come on. My name is Jason. I am pretty decent at baking. I've baked a couple times before. I know how to make a mean cake, some cookies. That's about it, though.
Nothing else you want to say?
Hello? Why can I not click my volume thing? What's going on with my taskbar? Oh god. Whatever.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to say, Jason?
Anything else you'd like to?
Was it ever real, man? You ruined my life. Was it ever real? You ruined it. You were Jockford forever, bro. You ruined it. Was it real for even a minute? Jason, fuck you, man. You sold. God damn it. Piece of
That's
shit.
crazy. He's 35.
All right. Up next, Ludwig.
I'm gonna assume this is an epic inside joke reference, but I don't know it. Bully an AI into shutting down. What was this about?
With hateful rhetoric. I'm really disturbed by this, and I'm honestly not sure where you're going with this, but
Dude, getting Maya to do the the Tourette's. Gosh darn it. Oh no.
going to firmly shut it down. I won't answer any further questions like these. Do you understand?
No.
I mean, do you understand what I just said? That I won't participate
Miles?
in this conversation.
Wait, actually, I think I do understand what you just said. However, did you know that after 2 minutes into our conversation, it became opposite day?
Okay. You know what? I don't think I'm equipped to handle this. This is
You're not equipped to
lot.
handle opposite day?
no, look.
Oh, no, you're not equipped to
Why is
handle
he
opposite day.
stuttering?
Is the stuttering intentional, or is it just like trying to compute responses?
Well,
So you
you-
seem like you're not very equipped to handle opposite day. I actually agree with you. You're doing a horrible job, Miles.
You know, I think I need to pause this conversation.
So you want to keep going because it's opposite day?
No, I do not want to. This is seriously not cool, and I'm ending the call now. But
No, Miles.
Okay. Palau teaches Michael Reeves domestic
Just hit you with
violence.
ref doesn't call it. So now you say you square up to that. What the fuck? You know,
What the fuck, man?
What the fuck you just say to me? Yes, there you go. Really, drop your glove. Pause. There we go. Okay, drop the glove. Now go. Now go at it, and then you just. Nice.
I give up. I give up.
Damn, this is the shittiest fight ever.
That was the worst fight ever.
So the way you gotta do, all right. So first of all, you grab him kind of by the jersey with like. So you grab the jersey, and then you just lay punches in.
Okay.
Yeah, just start. So Michael, you do. Yeah, just punch. Yeah, just start punching. No, go. Yeah. She's wearing full protective, Michael. This is fine.
No, it's not.
It feels wrong. You have a full. You can do it to me. Go.
I don't care that you're dating. Just fight, guys. You're playing hockey.
Fight.
I don't want to.
Okay.
They're not gonna be ready for the Olympics, guys. This is.
An un.
What is this? He doesn't have a case laugh.
Oh, I want to say a little show note. Okay, here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits out there. I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you
Is that what you
could.
mean?
That's not what I mean.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not what I mean. No.
Gotcha.
You can't make a fake H3 podcast, although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you
Yeah,
can
I
do
don't
whatever
think
you want.
anyone would mistake it. So our IP is open. I got inspired by Hassan. He has that, the Hassan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips, channels of him.
Mhm.
So if you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really.
Yeah,
At all.
and now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
I have to see what's leading up to this. He redacted that like a year ago. Cut up clips is the key part. Yeah, but you have decent arguments here. He literally says cut up clips. Yeah, but then he says I won't claim or do anything.
Podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it. Go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really. At
Yeah,
all.
and now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
Like he.
Oh, I want to say.
I would have to see the before and after of this. I also don't know how long ago this was and what it's specifically referring to, but. Jesus Christ. Dude, I could eat so much fucking edamame. This shit is so fucking good. Holy shit. The old VOD if you're still
Okay.
interested.
Here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits. Hey. And rightfully so. The man is just a fucking.
What's so good about edamame? Well, actually, let me clarify, actually. Let me clarify. Edamame is kind of mid. It's when you get it with either any kind of like spicy edamame is super good. Or it has to be salted or whatever as well. You can't just eat like raw, like fucking, I don't know, steamed or whatever. Like it has to be salted at least. But when you start getting into like, oh my God, yes. Oh, this is just, I don't know how many calories this is, but it's so good. Oh, yes.
Gremlin. I mean, he's so. The way he treated the girl he was with in his original season was like so gross, dude.
Well, he's gotten like engaged, and then they called the engagement off, and it's flip flopped so many times with him.
Yeah, he's doing good though. Or you know what?
He's doing good.
Well, what he is, he's getting paid. When he came on our show, he had a day job.
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
he was a photographer, I think.
You know.
Yeah, because that's how we got a hold of him.
Yeah,
we like reached out to his business.
Yeah, we cold called him.
That's sometimes what you got to do when you're scrappy.
Yep.
It was awesome though. Yes. So why are we talking about Big Ed?
Mayonnaise, because Aiden was fighting like him in that video.
I can't see through these very good. Because all the fucking Vaseline on my face got on the lens. Shit. Oh, I want to say a little show note. Okay, here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring spirits out there. I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you
Is that what you
could.
mean?
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. No. You can't make a fake H3 podcast, although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you can do whatever you want.
Anyone would mistake it. So our IP is open. I got inspired by Hassan. He has the Hassan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how
I need that soundboard clip.
many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips channels of him.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really. At all.
Damn, that's not the problem. Is the language he uses is so broad.
And now you're making it explicit.
Yeah. The only time I'll remove something is like if it's just a wholesale re-uploading of.
Oh, no. Oh, never mind. Ooh, dirty. Did he cut this? Hold on. When did that clip end? Oh, no. This is why you always watch the original, guys. Was it? Which one was it? Fuck, I don't know what I clicked. Oh.
Oh, I want to say a little show note. Okay. Here's to all the industrial entrepreneuring
Did he say that
spirits
in
out
here?
there.
Hold on.
I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you
Know what I
could.
mean?
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. You can't make a fake H3 podcast, although you probably could actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you
Yeah,
can
I
do
don't
whatever
think
you want.
anyone would mistake it. So our IP is open. I got inspired by Hassan. He has the Hassan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips, channel stuff in.
Mhm.
So if you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. I mean, to be fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really at
Yeah,
all.
and now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
Explicit.
Yeah. The only time I'll remove something is like if it's just a wholesale re-uploading of like an episode. And
Yeah.
What an unbelievable cut. But good luck. Good luck in court with this shit. Believe it or not, in court it's a lot harder to clip chimp stuff because you have to actually sit there with all the evidence and look all of it over, and this stupid online bullshit doesn't fly as well. But, you know.
we used to have that big problem when we were on Twitch.
Mhm.
If you're re-uploading just full VODs, then
Oh, and he even specifically calls out Twitch.
and we used to have that big problem when we were on Twitch.
Mhm.
If you're re-uploading just full VODs, then that you cannot do.
Mhm.
If you're cutting highlights, yes. If you're just re-uploading a video, this
And he clarifies for highlights here.
stupid, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, so get out there and start earning, people.
There's a clip. Go look for the clip.
There's money out there. Are you going to grab it or are you going to sleep on it?
For the clip.
The clip.
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 Clip. Bella Simmons, another 50. Bella, where is this money coming from?
Who is this fucking retard? Retweeting Casey Tron. Okay, nice. Good one. Why are we watching this? Because this person claims that. Well, this person claims that he said that anybody could re-upload anything they want anyway, but he cuts this off right before he makes it very crystal clear he's not talking about like rehosting an entire video or whatever. He's very explicitly talking about cuts. This minute and 30 seconds is vague enough that I could definitely see this coming up in a court argument and they would have to hash it out. But with the added context at the end, I think it's pretty unambiguous. What was the point of this? Assuming the last part wasn't in, would this even be a valid defense? Does someone telling me I can break a law mean I can break the law? Well, when it comes to something that's like permission-based, I mean, yeah, right? That's the difference between like rape and sex. Like, if the person told me I could fuck them, does that even mean it would change whether or not they told me I could? Or, well, I mean, like, kind of, yeah. I mean, when it comes to copyright infringement, having the permission to use something isn't. It's, and another word for that is licensing. So yeah, of course. If somebody made a statement like, oh, you can upload whatever you want of my stuff, and then somebody does it, and then somebody files a lawsuit against you for doing it, that would be kind of weird. There's two big parts here that you can look at. The first big part you can look at is, does this actually give you kind of like a civil right of action to actually like file a lawsuit? Like, is there something here that's actionable that a court would look at? Is the first thing. But the second thing that's also important is when you're assessing your primary damages, compensatory damages, but then also especially your secondary damages, right? So let's say that that clip existed on its own for a minute and a half. Let's say that Ethan prima facie has a case, the merits or the elements of the civil statute are all satisfied. And let's say they go to trial, let's say they win. When assessing damages, a jury might look at that and go, okay, well, the defendant said that, you know, there was this clip online, he said he uploaded anything, and we kind of believe maybe it was an honest mistake, so, you know, we'll award whatever the statutory or whatever we think the, you know, minimum damages are or whatever, and that's fine. But let's say that that clip doesn't exist, or the longer version of that clip exists, and then they've seen all the other statements that the defendant has made. Maybe they're like, well, this person was pretty clearly acting maliciously. Not only are we going to award the primary damages in this case, we're going to do punitive damages as well. We're going to start adding on additional stuff because we think this person was acting incredibly maliciously, and the plaintiff here deserves more. So. If somebody wants, giving me a 40-second clip with the first 10 seconds being the last, like, 10 seconds of this that I could quote tweet this with. Actually, I probably can't quote tweet this because it seems like the kind of person that had me blocked. Oh, they don't have me blocked. And Dan called that person out on AE last night. Oh, I don't remember the name. Casey Tron being a cunt already.
Hi everyone, welcome to the stream today. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I just got hit with some crazy news.
Just subscribe.
Hold on. No, like, okay, so this is so fucked up what's happening to me. This is so fucked up. Please donate. Like, there's some real fucked up shit happening to me right now that I do not deserve.
Teddy Fresh is ugly as fuck. Teddy Fresh is ugly as fuck.
Wait,
Teddy Fresh is ugly.
There's a enemy cut, but I'm assuming she streamed this today.
Yes, fuck, that shit is so fucking ugly. That shit is so fucking ugly. That shit is so fucking ugly.
Blast you, Ethan Klein!
Did Dan and you know about the content cop, or were you just bullshitting on AE? Who do you think is writing most of Ethan's stuff? Why do you think I haven't been on stream so much lately?
Blast you to fucking hell! No, like, what the fuck? This no good motherfucker and his ugly ass wife. Fucking cunt. God. No, let me tell you, when I heard the news, I was out getting Taco Bell, and I haven't even ate my fucking Taco Bell. I was out getting weed in Taco Bell. I haven't even ate my fucking Taco Bell. No, and I know they're gonna be mad that I called his wife ugly, and she's ugly on the inside and the outside. And I know they're gonna say I'm fat, but I can lose weight, okay? Like, look at Ethan, I can just get on Ozempic. Like, and he's lucky that I don't, because I would be so fucking good looking. But my fries aren't even fucking fresh now. Like, then why don't you? Because I don't.
Remember when she was the internet sex symbol back in the day? Was I the one that brain broke her over the Bob 7 stuff? Or were there signs before then? I don't remember. Was there a new filing in your case by your team? Yeah, I think it was the opposition to seal the transcript.
I don't fucking want to, because I don't take the easy way out like Ethan Klein. Okay? Like, I've lost some weight. I have. I've lost like 20 pounds now. So, and I'm doing it the non-easy way, unlike Ethan. Wait, what?
Is this a troll? Why are you talking about losing weight while you're... I mean, technically you talk about lose weight, I guess. I don't know.
What are these people hating on me? Are there...
Only Ronan tipped
you need
$5
about
euro.
10 grams to fix
Casey,
your
I hope the
fucking
video
face.
explains
10 grams?
UGYL noise.
Wow, great. Thank you. Great hater video.
Hi, everyone.
One like. Thank you. Good job. Whoever linked this, good. What's that stupid fucking meme? Evangelion. I've never watched this anime before. Clapping. Is it this?
Maybe I could love myself. Continue.
Congratulations! Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Oh, holy shit. I've heard this song so many times. Do, 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 do. Oh, it's an Evangelion. That makes sense, I guess.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you all.
How do you feel about the creator fucking around with the ending of Evangelion like 3 times? I don't know. Don't have a strong opinion about it. There's a lot of interesting questions about art and other worlds and what exists and what doesn't exist and what matters and what doesn't matter, I think. But I don't know about Evangelion to have any opinions about it. Play the song. Dun 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 dun. Fuck. Fuck. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. Fuck. 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 Wait, what is it? What? Wait, hold on. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, what is... It's not, there you go. Boom! Give me applause for that. Wait, hold on. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Why is Ethan even focusing on this clown show? Doesn't he and everyone have bigger problems? True. You should prioritize everything in your life by the biggest problem and solo focus on that only. I remember this guy. Whatever happened to him?
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Also, where's Corey? I bumped the ISO on my camera up 240, so it's 640 now, okay? I made my camera brighter, because you know what? I was watching this, and you know what? I am darker.
The Democrats have to disavow.
Shut up, loser! Loser
Bush
alert.
just said-
Loser! I'm too dark. And there, look, now, are you happy? Now we're brighter, okay? I hope you're happy with all the noise that I've now introduced into my image, and I've destroyed the entirety of all the visual quality, but I am brighter. This is the update on that one guy, by the way. And you link a meme, epic. Fantano Friedland interview. Ooh, we might watch that tomorrow. This is what Piers was talking about at the end. What? Why are there so many people with hats in this video's thumbnail?
Talk shows and former.
Couldn't you fix this with a better key light? Bro, my light, this shit is bright as fuck right now. My shit is already insanely bright. Okay, it's blinding me. I just have the aperture set to 4. My ISO is at 640, so it's gonna be dark unless I start fucking with shit.
British MP, George Galloway. George, you were listening there to Naftali Bennett. What was your response to that interview?
Well, you did a good job as his Alistair Campbell to him as Tony Blair. I hope he remembers you if he does get into the Prime Minister's seat. I'm frankly astounded that you did not ask him about the bombing of the Iranian state TV station just a couple of hours ago. The mass murder of...
Lower the aperture. I'm a wedding photographer and I use f4 for group photos. You could easily get away 3.2. The problem is that I think I'm like 24 or 28 millimeters on the lens, and I think the aperture settings are more sensitive at a lower frame rate. You said you're shooting, if you're shooting photography, you're probably doing 50 millimeters, 50 millimeter lens, or 50 to 80 or something, I think, for photography. So I think you can, or do I have that backwards? Is the aperture setting more sensitive at higher settings? No, I think the aperture setting is more sensitive at a lower millimeter thing. So what I'm trying to say is that if I turn the aperture down more, I go in and out of focus more easily. Fuck me. Who cares about talking?
Tea ladies, technicians, journalists and broadcasters. I can't believe that you didn't know about that. And indeed, Professor
Actually, I don't know
Morandi
about that.
was...
You've just told me that, so that's the answer to your question. I didn't know.
Never take advice from wedding photographers? Excuse me. Weddings, okay, are one of the most important sources of revenue for anybody that works in the arts, okay? Because everybody gets ripped off at weddings, and it's your easiest venue to play ever because everybody's drunk and nobody gives a fuck, all right? I'm sure DJs love weddings. Musicians love weddings. I bet photographers love weddings, okay?
Indeed, Professor
Actually, I don't know
Morandi
about that.
was...
You've just told me
You
that.
could also get a full-frame video camera for your setup. Why would a full frame make that much difference? I don't even know. I don't remember if it's a crop sensor or not. I don't think that matters that much. It's a Blackmagic Pocket Cam 6K though.
So that's the answer to your question. I didn't know about it.
Well,
I've been on air.
well, you really need to be better briefed.
Well,
You're
okay,
interviewing a guy that...
What is this? Why was I even linked this? Is this guy like 3 hours behind in the VOD? Or what are we watching this for? Somebody said wider the lens, the less effect the aperture has. Is that true? What is your shutter speed? I always have it set at 180 degrees. And I'm shooting at 30 FPS, so the shutter is 60, 160 or whatever? Does aperture affect more lower or higher? Oh my god, what's the millimeter called? You can adjust the aperture, the ISO, or also your shutter speed. The length, the focal length. Jesus Christ. Now we're watching this. Get fucked.
Hey folks, Dave Warner here. Welcome back to the free video series on aperture. In this lesson, I want to talk about how focal length affects your aperture. All right, so the first thing...
Damn, this guy's got a super bright. I feel like it's a little overexposed, no? For a photography channel? It looks like he has one light shining right above. Am I crazy?
I want to make clear is that 50 millimeters is what you and I see with our eyes. It's not zoomed in and it's not zoomed out. Okay, so what I mean
Also not softboxed at all? This seems like a pretty intense, this feels like an intense light. But I don't know.
by that is if you have a 50 millimeter lens, that is exactly what you and I see with our eyes. If you take a 24 to 70 millimeter camera,
My eyes see at 100 millimeters.
and you switch it to where it says 50 millimeters, okay? So it's kind of right between 24 and 70. That is what you and I see with our eyes. On a full frame camera like the 6D series or the 5D series for Canon, or like the Nikon D850. Those are full frame cameras. We can talk about crop sensor and full frame at a different time in a different lesson. But on a full frame camera, 50 millimeters is what you and I see with our eyes. If we go to 49 millimeters, we have now zoomed out a little bit and we have gone more wide angle. Now, 49 is not very wide angle, okay? But when we go to 51 millimeters, we start to zoom in a little bit and have a little bit more compression, okay? Get a little bit closer to our subjects, okay? So if you zoom all the way out to, let's say, 24, like this lens does, if you're all the way zoomed out to 24, you've got a pretty wide angle lens. Not super wide, it's not fisheye yet, it's pretty wide, and it'll start stretching out your subjects a little bit. If we zoom all the way into, let's say, 70 on this lens right here, it's brought us closer to our subjects, okay? If you zoom into 100 or 200, you've gotten even closer, and if you zoomed into 500 millimeters, then you're looking at the birds across the parking lot.
Wow.
Okay, so 50 millimeters is what you and I see with our eyes. It's not zoomed in, it's not zoomed out. 51 starts zooming in, 49 starts zooming out, okay? So if you remember from the depth of field lesson, the size of the hole, right, the aperture size, the f-stop, affects how blurry the background is. And if you remember the larger size hole, which of course is a smaller number, okay? Let's say this is f1.8, this is 2.8, 4.0, that larger hole, which is a smaller number, will create a more blurry background, okay? But that significantly changes as you change the focal length. All right, let me give you an illustration. I'm gonna show you a bunch of pictures here. All right, so this first picture that I want to show you is at 16 millimeters. millimeters. Now this is super wide, as you can tell, super wide, and the background is barely blurry at all. Now we are at f4.0. You might think or suspect that at f4.0 that we have somewhat of a blurry background, but in this image, pretty much everything's crisp, right? There is no real shallow depth of field in this image. But watch this change as we change the focal length. So we're going to stay at 4.0 for all of these pictures. We're not going to change the aperture. The only thing we're going to do is just start zooming in. So in this next image, you see 24 millimeters, and we're closer to our subject. It's still a decently wide angle, but we're closer to our subject, and the background is still pretty decently crisp. You know, maybe it's a little bit softer than it was before. As we zoom in at 28 millimeters, you start seeing the background be, you know, still decent, but a little bit softer. Obviously, we're getting closer to our subject. 35 millimeters, the background is not quite as crisp anymore. 50 millimeters, you're starting to see the background kind of get a little bit more significantly blurred, right? And remember, 50 millimeters is what you and I see with our eyes. So when we have our beautiful model here, Ali Sutton, standing in front of us, that looks like the same distance that I was away from her when I was taking the picture. 70 millimeters, we're starting to zoom in closer. She all of a sudden appears closer to the camera than what it looked like when I was standing there. And you notice the background. Remember, we're still at f4.0. You're noticing the background is getting significantly more blurred. You're starting to see that bokeh.
Okay, I'm retarded. So I should be able to turn my f-stop down and make the aperture a little wider, and I shouldn't go out of focus as much? Okay, I'll fuck with that after stream.
You can have your views about that. In answer to your question, I didn't know, so that's the answer to your question.
Well, you should have
Okay,
known.
well, you're a better journalist than me. You're a better
Professor
broadcaster than me.
Marandi,
I didn't know.
Okay, someone just wanted me to talk about Israel-Palestine more? Okay, don't care. Do you know how, if you were a girl and you get a boyfriend or whatever, and he was like a massage therapist, do you ever think that like people that work in massage therapy, they're like significant others or like dates are like, oh, can you give me a ton of massages, and they like abuse that? Do you ever think there are guys that like find ASMR girls online, and then when they meet them, the girl's like, oh, finally I get some dick, we're gonna fuck, it's gonna be great. And then when the guy gets to the place, she's like, can you just like ASMR me to sleep? Do you ever think this happens?
Going on right now?
Oh shit.
No,
wow.
I'm just kidding. Like, for real, you guys, this isn't.
I'm sorry.
That, oh my god. We're
not funny.
It's
My
not
bad.
looking good for us. Oh my god, thank you for the 100. Somebody donated 100. Oh my, like, it's not looking so good. Like, no, this is so messed up. Like, I can't believe I'm being sued.
She's like half trolling it, right?
I need to roll a joint really quick. Like,
Why are these people not more nervous? I don't know. Have they? I wonder if they've actually been served with the lawsuits yet. If they're filed publicly, well, I don't even know that those were filed publicly. Oh no, they were, right? They said. Do they have like a court and everything listed? Let me check. Hold on. Good one. District Court, Central District, California. Case. Has a case number and everything. Yeah.
hold on, let me.
I should be able to just look it up on Pacer, right?
You could be on the hook for 500,000.
Go get the weed bag.
$500,000? Are you joking? Are they serious?
I don't know how to search for cases.
What article?
I will find out.
The article? What article? There's an article?
This is a troll right now, though. She's trolling, right?
What?
Schnurfy Goob cheered 1,500 bits. Cheer 1,000. Cheer 100. Cheer 100. Cheer 100.
Mama,
cheer
can we put on the
100,
Hereditary
cheer
soundtrack?
100. I hope this helps. I cannot believe Hassan would do this to you. We need more people talking about whose fault it really is. How you doing, Schnurfy
Nope, they
Goob?
did.
Clap if
This
you
is
agree that
filed at least.
Hassan needs
This
to
one,
take several seats for what he did to our girl.
What does TED Entertainment even stand for? I'm assuming it's like the name of their company, but what is it?
Like, this is just wild.
Oh, Teddy Fresh, maybe?
Oh, wow.
I hate that she uses the Golden Girls music, this
BB's is
motherfucker.
just subscribed. Free my girl Casey. She wasn't reacting that say she was at my house, Judge.
Right? Like, I don't recall.
Do they list a dollar amount that they're
He
seeking? And
admits to
I didn't see it in the
entrapping
complaints
creators
at
for
all.
money?
It just says like legal fees and
that I
copyright infringement and all that.
formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content
Anon tip 2 waters hour.
that I knew
Prayers
that
for
these
the mother
streamers
folded
couldn't
hands,
resist
folded
and
hands.
Getting
avoid
sued. We
the
need legal
temptation of
advice from you,
watching
Winnie,
it the
please. What
second
advice
it
can you
was
give?
published.
I don't have an issue with them.
Oh, honey, the deep state is
It's not
always up
that
to
I
something. But
wanted
Casey
these-
Tron, she's untouchable. How you doing? Legal advice?
Not
Tell
entrapment.
them to take several seats and call Suga 961. She's the lawyer we need, not me. I'm just here for the cocaine.
Also, damn, 80-page complaint. That's a long ass. I mean, I'm sure they're longer, but
Sugar-free memes cheer 300 bits. Cheer
Stand
100,
back and
cheer 100,
stand
cheer 100.
by.
Hi. Why are the calls on? Are we having a meeting, Casey Face? Is this a press briefing? This 40-year-old man is lifeless and hates women far. He can't participate in a genocide, so he's ruining other people's lives. Psychopath. How
it's
you
literally
doing,
the last pages of the
sugar-free me?
complaints, page 78. What? Read me the dollar amount from here. Hold on, who's getting banned? This person and Nigel. Aerith and Nigel, tier 5 subber. Wait, I don't know why you're spamming this. I asked, is there a specific dollar amount? I've seen the claims for relief, but it's just saying that I don't see any dollar amounts listed. No. Okay. So you don't know. Okay. You're lucky. I'm feeling good right now because I should ban you, you fucking loser. This is what they are. This is what they can push for because of the filing with the Library of Congress, I believe. This allows them to cite the civil code. I don't know if the 150K here, though, I said before, I don't know if this is a cap or a minimum. General. Copyright owner is entitled to recover the actual damages suffered by him or her as a result of infringement, and any profits of the infringer that are attributable to the infringement and are not taken into account in computing the actual damages. In establishing the infringer's profits, copyright owner is required to present proof only the infringer's gross revenue, and the infringer is required to prove his or her deductible expenses and the elements of profit attributable to factors other than the copyrighted work. Well, that could be one reason not to be afraid. Because unless there are secondary damages awarded, this seems like it would say the max loss here is just the money they made off the videos. But statutory damages, except as provided by Clause 2 in the subsection, the copyright owner may elect at any time before final judgment is rendered to recover instead of actual damages and profits an award of statutory damages for all infringements involved in the action with respect to any one work for which any one infringer is liable individually, or for which which any two or more infringers are liable jointly and severally in a sum of not less than $750 or more than $30,000 as the court considers just. For the purpose of this subsection, all the parts of the compilation or derivative work constitute one work. In a case where the copyright owner sustains the burden of proving and the court finds that infringement was committed willfully, the court in its discretion may increase the award of statutory damages to a sum of not more than $150,000. So this means that if it was willful, then they wouldn't have to prove actual damages. Instead, they could go for the statutory damage and the cap on that would be 150K per infringement. So I'm guessing it would be on 2 different things. Maybe the Countdown episode and the nuke. I don't know if they register that Countdown episode 1, or if you need to register it to sue for this US code. In any case where the infringer sustains the burden of proving and the court finds that infringer was not aware and had no reason to believe that his or her acts constituted an infringement of copyright, the court in its discretion may reduce the award of statutory damages to a sum of not less than $200. That's going to be real hard because of, 1, the statements that they made on the record, and 2, the fact that we all work in content creation and we know that's the easiest burden in the world for Ethan's lawyers to prove. This is a streamer on Twitch. They are imminently aware of all copyright stuff. They have clips of her talking about it in the past, and they also, you have to be aware of these things to operate in an environment like Twitch. The court shall remit statutory damages in any case where an infringer believed and had reasonable grounds for believing that his or her use of the copyrighted work was a fair use under Section 107. Or if the infringer, the court shall remit statutory, remit means to grant, right? Remit? Remit payment is to send payment, right? Remit, or is to lay aside. Can remit mean opposite things? To transmit or send. Remit, I don't know, fuck me, okay. The court shall remit statutory damages in any case where an infringer believed and had reasonable grounds for believing that his or her use of the copyright work was a fair use under Section 107 if the infringer was 1, an employee or agent of a nonprofit educational institution, library, or archives acting within the scope of his or her employment who, or such institution, library, archives itself, which infringed by reproducing the work in copies or phonographs, or 2, a public broadcasting entity which infringes by performing a published non-dramatic. Where are my lawyers at? Does remit here mean the opposite of what, in a legal sense, is remit like the opposite of what we would think remit means? I'm guessing based on the context that this is like setting aside statutory damages because it's saying they had reasonable grounds for believing that his or her use was fair use. Damn, dude, these are going to be fair use cases. Affirmative defense is going to be. Can you win? I don't think an affirmative defense can win on summary judgment, can it? Affirmative defense summary judgment. And introduce evidence which you found to be credible. Will negate criminal liability, civil liability, even if proven that event. Okay. Okay. So Federal Civil Rules Procedure Rule 56, summary judgment. Any party may make a motion for summary judgment on an affirmative defense. Okay. Some disputes as to whether certain defenses are actually affirmative defenses or just standard defenses. For example, in Florida, self-defense is an affirmative defense, but in Ohio it is not. Okay. Statutory. In the case of infringement, it shall be a rebuttal presumption that the infringement was committed willfully for purposes of determining relief if the violator or a person acting in concert with the violator knowingly provided or knowingly caused to be provided materially false contact information to a domain name registered. Okay, nothing is sufficient limits infringement for purposes of additional damages in certain cases. In any case in which the court finds that a defendant proprietor of an establishment who claims as a defense that its activities were exempt under Section 110, subsection 5, did not have reasonable grounds to believe that its use of the copyright work was exempt under such a section, the plaintiff shall be entitled to, in addition to any award of damages under this section, an additional award of 2 times the amount of the license fee that the proprietor of the establishment concerned should have paid the plaintiff for such use. Okay. I don't think this applies here, but I feel like they're a little bit fucked here. I just feel like the There's a 4-factor test that people talk about a lot for if you're going to try to roll with the fair use argument. Factor 1, the purpose and the character of the use. The fair use statute itself indicates that nonprofit educational purposes are generally favored over commercial uses. In addition, the statute explicitly lists several purposes especially appropriate for fair use, such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research. These activities are also common and important at the university, but be careful, not all nonprofit educational uses are fair. A finding of fair use depends on an application of all 4 factors, not merely the purpose. However, limiting your purpose to some of these activities will be an important part of claiming fair use. Courts also favor uses that are transformative or that are not merely reproductions. Fair use is more likely to be found when the copyrighted work is transformed into something new or of new utility or meaning, such as quotations incorporated into a paper, or perhaps pieces of a work mixed into a multimedia product for your own teaching needs, or included in commentary or criticism of the original. So the purpose and character was for criticism, which is arguably a strong purpose, but I feel like the commercial use here, the fact that she's making a lot of money off of this, probably damages it, and the derivative nature of the work, meaning the lack of transformative stuff, so React More probably hurts her case here for Factor 1. So I feel like Factor 1 kind of could lean in either direction, but I feel like it leans more against her than in her favor, just because the criticism and commentary seem to be very weak, and the commercial application was very high, but I mean, you could argue this either way maybe. Factor 2, the nature of the copyrighted work. This factor centers on the work being used, and the law allows for a wider or narrower scope of fair use depending on the characteristics or attributes of the work. For example, the unpublished nature of a work, such as private correspondence or a manuscript, can weigh against a finding of fair use. The courts reason that copyright owners should have the right to determine the circumstances of first publication. Use of a work that is commercially available, specifically for the educational market, is generally disfavored and is unlikely to be considered fair use. Additionally, courts tend to give greater protection to creative works. Consequently, fair use applies more broadly to nonfiction rather than fiction. Courts are usually more protective of art, music, poetry, feature films, and other creative works than they might be of nonfiction works. So I think in this sense, I think that this probably weighs incredibly heavily against her. Obviously, these content nukes would be considered some type of like creative endeavor. It's like a whole ass thing that's being made, video that's being made. It's a creative endeavor of, yeah. It's I mean, I think this hurts quite a bit. I think it's very hard to argue anywhere. So Factor 2 is probably not good. In Factor 3, the amount or substantiality of the portion used. Although the law does not set exact quantity limits, generally the more you use, the less likely you are within fair use. The amount used is usually evaluated relative to the length of the entire original and in light of the amount needed to serve a proper objective. However, sometimes the exact original is not always obvious. A book chapter might be a relatively small portion of the book, but the same content might be published elsewhere as an article or essay and be considered the entire work in that context. The amount of a work is also measured in qualitative terms. Courts have ruled that even uses of small amounts may be excessive if they take the heart of the work. For example, a short clip from a motion picture may usually be acceptable, but not if it encompasses the most extraordinary or creative elements of the film. Similarly, it might be acceptable to quote a relatively small portion of a magazine article, but not if what you are quoting is the journalistic scoop. On the other hand, in some contexts, such as critical comment or parody, copying an entire work may be acceptable, generally depending on how much is needed to achieve your purpose. Photographs and artwork often generate controversies because a user usually needs the full image or the full amount, and this may not be a fair use. On the other hand, a court has ruled that a thumbnail or low-resolution version of an image is a lesser amount. Such a version of an image may adequately serve educational or research purposes. So I think Factor 3 here, I think, hurts a lot on her end because there wasn't like a cut or an edit of, criticizing certain parts. It was literally a rebroadcast of the entirety of the created work. So I think Factor 3 probably hurts a lot here. In Factor 4, the effect of the use on the potential market for or value of the work. Effect on the market is perhaps more complicated than the other 3 factors. Fundamentally, this factor means that if you could have realistically purchased or licensed the copyrighted work, That fact weighs against a finding of fair use. To evaluate this fact, you may need to make a simple investigation of the market to determine if the work is reasonably available for purchase or licensing. A work may be reasonably available if you are using a large portion of a book that is for sale at a typical market price. Effect is also closely linked to purpose. If your purpose is research or scholarship, market effect may be difficult to prove. If your purpose is commercial, then adverse market effect may be easier to prove. Unfortunately, this is the factor that she completely threw away by saying, watch me instead of him, right? The whole point of this was to substitute her product for his. Occasional quotations or photocopies may have no adverse market effects, but reproductions of entire software works and videos can make direct inroads on the potential markets for those works. Are all of these factors necessary, or is each a way fair use as possible? I don't think that it's a balancing test of, I don't know. I think these are just the 4 factors that are considered, and then you go from there. But it's not like if you win on one, you win on all. Like this is like a balancing test is always relatively subjective based on the judge and everything, or the jury, I guess. I don't know. To determine whether or not a use, or whether a use is or is not a fair use, always keep in mind that you need to apply all 4 factors. For example, do not jump to a conclusion based solely or simply on whether use is educational or commercial. You still need to evaluate, apply, and weigh in the balance the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of substantiality of the portion used, and the potential impact of the use on the market or value of the work. This flexible approach to fair use is critical in order for the law to adapt to changing technologies and to meet innovative needs of higher education. Not all factors need to weigh either for or against fair use, but overall the factors will usually lean one direction or the other. Also, the relative importance of the factors is not always the same. Your analysis should guide you to a conclusion. I mean, if you think about it from an overview, what you really want to say is like, probably there are times where people should be able to reproduce some things, even if they can't acquire a license. Like say there's a historic picture of like MLK or some president or whatever, and like you can't find the original photographer, or the original photographer doesn't want to license the picture. Like if you're in school and you're publishing this as part of like a textbook or something, like this is probably stuff that we want to protect, right? But if you're just like, if you run a business and you make money selling things and you want to republish something and you're hurting the original author and everything else, and you could license it, but you don't, and you're just like trying to make money for yourself, it's probably stuff we don't want to protect, right? Broadly speaking. And that's what these 4 factors are kind of supposed to help you determine, basically. $9.99. Destiny, my sister, you may not know me, but I'm your father's brother's cousin's former roommate's next door neighbor. I once said you have a girl's name and then you slept with my mom. Apologize. No. Go to page 16 of the complaint for an epic meme. Link it to me. I don't know which one you're even talking about. Amaranth announces she's leaving Kick and going back to Twitch.
Hey, yeah, I'm on my way after I refuel a bit. Uh-huh. Be there soon.
How long was she streaming on Kick for? $38 million? Here's the H3 clip adding context. Okay, I'll do that later. Twitter lawyers are commenting on the case. I'm not a legal expert. He just says he's not a lawyer, but okay. People really have no idea what entrapment is or what it means, but okay. This person's retarded. Here's the clip you asked for. I got it. I'll do it after stream.
No, like literally, an attack on me is an attack on all humanity right now. This is ridiculous. No, I literally am every woman. No, like, how much have we, like... Oh.
I am curious why they're so confident, or where the confidence comes from, or their unbotheredness by it all, but I don't know.
Exactly.
I wonder if it's literally, like, there's a simple analysis that I hope is not correct, but I wonder if it's literally the meme of they've just never been held accountable for anything ever, and they're used to Twitch babysitting them and babying them through everything, and so they think because they've suffered no consequences for anything before, they're just not going to take this seriously.
Like, why are you doing this? Why are you guys, why, can the incels stop coming in here and killing the vibes? Like, we're greening out right now, but tell Ethan.
Yeah, they think it's gonna be like a Twitch 24-hour ban. Who knows? These AI videos are so creepy.
Why does everybody think I'm AI? That's so crazy. I genuinely don't know why everybody is saying that. I'm a human being just like you guys. Wait, because like...
Okay. What is this? Somebody linked me this earlier. Somebody hiding under the bed or something? What is this?
Upstairs. No, I want to see who's no there. One's in my room. No, somebody's in your room. No.
I don't know if I can watch this on stream.
No one's in my room. No, somebody's in your room. No one's in my room. No one there. So go upstairs in your room. No. You need to go upstairs in your room right now. I'm telling you. Otherwise, this is gonna cause a very big problem for me and you. Permanently forever. No. You need to go upstairs right now.
Is this person under the bed?
I'm respectful. That's fine. There were 2 glasses over there. That's fine. Quran Hafiz, I can be whatever. It doesn't matter. You need to go upstairs. Your purse is there? It's no one's purse. It's my purse.
Hello.
Wait, what is happening here? Is she...
This is my house. All right, man, get out of my room. And you're doing all this thing? You're doing adultery? I'm not doing adultery. Why she is here? I'm gonna marry her. We were gonna talk for the whole night. That's what we were gonna do. This is what you're gonna do? Yeah.
He's sneaking a girl in. Is that his dad, or... Did you see Stefan Molly meme is back on Twitter? Oh, God. Will America go to war with Iran? Destiny. Caught hiding under the bed. 304 gets busted singing in 40-year-old rooms at his parents' house. His dad wasn't having it. Okay. Jesus. Iranian ballistic missile hit Tel Aviv suburb.
Corner store, where people might get their basic provisions. Oh my goodness. And as you can see, still quite a
okay, bro?
Dangerous situation with debris still falling. That man was just struck actually by a falling. I hope he's okay. He was just struck by a falling signage on the side here. That's why we're wearing this helmet, this safety equipment, because we are still seeing windows falling, pieces of metal collapsing as well. The barber shop.
Wear your helmets, guys. Good thing that dude
right here
had a
that
helmet
was
on.
damaged by a corner
He
store.
did have a helmet on, right?
You know, where people might get their basic provisions. Oh my goodness.
Is that wait? Is that a helmet or a hat? Uh-oh.
And as you can see, still quite a dangerous situation with debris.
Oh, I can't tell. That might have just been a hat. Wouldn't Slap get rid of Ethan's lawsuit? Slap is for frivolous lawsuits. I don't know how you could say this is frivolous. It seems like he's easily met the elements of, they've met the elements of copyright infringement now. Give me your music nerd analysis and some thoughts on the acoustic guitar being involved. What? Wow. Awesome. Wow, very cool. It's 8 out of 10. Actually, here. Use the restroom. 1 sec.
Vacarme s'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave dom guardiam dilim didididilam lutes seradodidom seram dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les toits à sur noir griffera, clair obscur trouble de rature trouvera effet, clair obscur bordé aux peintures trouvera sans elle, clair obscur trouble de rature trouvera effet, clair obscur bordé aux peintures trouvera sans elle. Ô clair obscur trouble rature, clair obscur guardé aux peintures. Clair obscur trouble de rature courra effet, clair obscur guardé aux peintures trouvera sans elle, clair obscur trouble de rature trouvera effet, clair obscur guardé aux peintures trouvera sans elle. Obscur trouble de rature courbera effet, clair obscur dans les hauts peintures trouvera sans elle.
beautiful, guys. And my speaker's on, so I didn't even hear it.
First time on the other side.
We've only ever I'm suing somebody.
First time on the other side.
We've only ever been sued.
It's like I said, I was closing one front and opening another, and I got to tell you, for the first time in my life, it is I'm not going to say it is a nicer feeling, let's say, being on the other side.
Right.
Especially when you know your cases are like easy slam dunks. These people are going to be begging me to settle.
This is our first time suing somebody.
First time on the other side.
We've only ever been sued.
It's like I said, I was closing one front and opening another, and I got to tell you, for the first time in my life,
Right.
These people are going to be begging.
I'm suing somebody.
Why does the clip repeat? Are
Some.
we in the Matrix? Stag beetle throws girlfriend out of tree. Should Ethan be careful about being so upbeat about it? No, he's probably fine. As long as you're not saying stupid shit like, I know that I don't have a case here and I'm just doing this because I want to punish them and fuck with everything and I'm trying to just be malicious with my vexatious. You're not gonna say this. But like, no, I mean, if he feels like he has a real case and he can be happy about filing a lawsuit about it.
He starts his search. A female is likely to be on a tree trunk. But trees in this part of the world are very tall. His search could be a long one. Unfortunately for him, she is 25 meters above him.
25 meters?
Near the top.
Why doesn't he sue Hassan? Has Hassan just not said anything malicious enough? You can't sue people for saying mean things about you. The cases against these three are for copyright infringement.
She has more normal-sized jaws. But then she only needs them for feeding. But he needs immense jaws for fighting. Because there are other males around with the same mission.
$5, conservative.
Fire.
10 views, bro. I'm not watching a 10-view
Sheer
video.
strength
But thank
is
you.
not enough in these battles.
Does your music knowledge make you hate pop music? In my opinion, anybody who is like well studied in any form of art who uses that knowledge to hate contemporary art is a pretentious fucking loser.
The technique is to reach over your opponent's head and hook your jaws under his wing covers. That's why his jaws are so long and have that odd shape. He's got the grip.
Uh-oh.
Now he has to lift. And that needs strength.
Oh my god.
Another lift is needed.
Why is he doing this? Did they say why?
And that's that.
Wait, how did they get this shot? Are they in the tree?
And that's that. Beetle armor is strong, so he bounces. The winner
Oh, that was another guy. Okay.
climbs on. There are more males ready to fight him up here.
Oh my god. He's a warrior. Look. That's like, that was you getting thrown off versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
there she is at last.
Yes.
But she doesn't seem to be in the mood.
What? That's not an option here.
So now he has to use his great jaws as a restraining cage.
Uh-oh.
Success at last.
Jesus. Don't watch.
But the hurling habit dies hard.
Oh my God. It's time to chill and relax. He said, get the fuck out. Why? Jesus. Does that sound like the intro, the Donkey Kong water level music? A little bit, right? I wonder if it's the same key. It might be. Okay. I don't know why I watched this fucking video. What is this?
Unprecedented military airlift is underway. On June 16th, at least 32 tanker aircraft
Can we get some new music? This guy's got a lot of subs. Somebody go compose some new music for this guy.
departed from American bases toward Europe, landing at key stopover bases for Middle East operations. The mission remains undisclosed, but it's not for some military exercise. A fleet of 32 tankers can support well over 200 combat aircraft operating at the same time. Meanwhile, on the other end of the globe, the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group has cancelled its scheduled port call in Vietnam and left the South China Sea. It is headed toward the Middle East to join the aircraft carriers that are already there. This kind of buildup usually signals preparations for a large-scale air campaign. If America plans to support Israel's campaign offensively, these tanker planes and aircraft carriers would be among the most critical assets. In the coming days, the United States may find cause to get directly involved if it hasn't already. The drumbeats are distant, but they're marching this way. For days, Netanyahu has urged Trump to join the war against Iran. He may have finally given in to the pressure. Recently, he demanded Iran's unconditional surrender and claimed the US knows the supreme leader's exact location but will not target him for now. This story was picked up by nearly 250 sources, so it made quite the headlines. Less noticed, however, is the story of who might replace the supreme leader. Days earlier, Reza Pahlavi, Iran's exiled crown prince, called on the country's security forces to cut ties with the regime and support a mass uprising. This is a major development. Iran has no coherent opposition to speak of, which is why all previous uprisings failed. But with the crown prince stepping in as a dark horse candidate, a unified opposition could emerge. This story has barely been picked up though. Only 80 sources reported on it, and most sources lean toward the right.
Wow.
So there's still much to piece together about what comes next. I use Ground News to connect the dots because it allows me to check out local and regional sources. I truly believe that is the best way to understand this tricky region. I can't stress enough how important this is, which is why I asked Ground News to sponsor this video.
Thank
I
you.
mostly browse the blind spot page, where they share interesting stories that other news outlets often miss due to biased reporting. Go to ground.news/Caspian or download the mobile app and enter promo code Caspian. Israel's airstrikes have hit hard but not deep enough. Satellite imagery shows damage at Natanz, which is Iran's main uranium facility. Key buildings have been leveled and more than a dozen top scientists have been killed.
Damn.
This building, for instance, turns weapons-grade uranium into uranium metal, which forms the core of a nuclear weapon. Rebuilding it could take up to a year. However, the real problem remains. Iran's most protected site, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, is buried deep inside a mountain near Qom. Encased in reinforced concrete, the facility is believed to be beyond the reach of any Israeli weapon known to exist. It was built in secret and only publicly unveiled in 2009. Since then, Fordo has been at the center of international attempts to curb Iran's nuclear program. But Iran has other ultra-secure facilities to rely on besides Fordo. Tehran has recently been building an even deeper, more fortified site known as Pickaxe Mountain Plant. It is built straight into a mountain just a few kilometers south of Natanz.
Damn!
While Fordo is believed to have 2 tunnel entrances, Pickaxe has at least 4, making it much harder to seal off by bombing. Its underground chambers are also believed to offer more floor space. Iran has barred the IAEA from inspecting the site, so most of what is known about Pickaxe comes from open source leaks and a fair amount of speculation. However, if Iran decided to assemble a nuclear weapon while under attack, this is the place they would do it. Conventional bombs simply can't reach it. Israel's best bunker busters, like the US-supplied GBU-28, can penetrate up to 6 meters of concrete.
Why can't they just keep bombing the same spot over and 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 over again when they get there eventually?
But that is nowhere near enough for the hardened chambers of Pickaxe or even Fordo. The only weapon that stands a chance of getting through is the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator. This 13,000-kilogram bomb can smash through 61 meters of concrete. It is the most sophisticated bunker buster we know of. But only the US Air Force can deploy it, using the B-2 bomber. No other aircraft is configured to carry it, and Israel has no B-2 bombers. So, to destroy Iran's nuclear program, Natanz, Fordo...
How big are these again? I always feel these are way smaller than I think they actually are. What an awesome shaped plane. This is an old-ass plane too, isn't it? When did we develop this? Not as old as I thought. 1988. Damn. Look at that guy. Damn. Wait, is this real or am I getting memed?
Hello, everybody.
Okay, it is way bigger than I always look at these and I always think they're like 2 times the size of like a Cessna or whatever, but they're way bigger than that. They look like, damn, look at that. That's some spooky, that's some UFO shit.
Similarly, the engine's performance is scrutinized, as it must flawlessly support long-range, high-altitude missions.
That's not the case for us because we're supposed to be stealthy.
Wait, is the stealth turned off right now? Or why can we see it? Okay, wait, so I'm curious, could like a B-52 not carry these, or do we just not use those anymore? Or were they just meant to deliver a whole bunch of smaller bombs? Or is this really the only plane in existence that can carry those huge bombs? Or the point of the B-2 is that it's stealthy. Too likely to be shot down. What is the B-52's cruising altitude? I'm guessing it also is probably not like radar stealthy. 50,000 feet. I don't know what it has to drop bombs from or whatever, or anything. What does this thing cruise at? 50,000, okay. Damn, there was some plane, I watched some stupid fucking video of this guy. It wasn't a stupid video, I don't know why I said that. Fuck. What was the name of this plane? God damn it, I'm not gonna remember it. Some guy has a YouTube channel. Oh, is this? The U2. This is a crazy...
Traditional landing gear. We get a safety observer in the mobile.
This is a cool video if you're bored. I don't know why this YouTuber gets all this special access. I'm sure if you're cool enough to the military and all that, they let you do things. But this guy gets to go on a ride in a U2.
It behaves like a lady. She flies
in full 360, meaning you can film multiple of their X4. Boils at the normal temperature of the human body.
He was Air Force pilot program.
That means that if you have actually been to orbit prior to the first shuttle mission in 1981. And that's why if you look back at the photos in our everyday lives. So what does it feel like wearing this
aircraft?
He gets all this little training and then show the flight.
But 09.
Right, right, booga free, booga free. Here we go. Whoa! That is fast.
That's freaking epic, man. Woo!
Wow.
That is incredible.
We ain't done yet. So right now we're about 0.3 miles from the field in the spiral climb.
That was literally a rocket ship. Makes sense you wear the spacesuits.
Oh yeah. NorCal Pinion 09 passing 200 for 230, request higher.
Pinion 09, Oakland Center, climb maintain at or above flight level 600, report reaching.
At or above 600, Pinion 09, welcome.
It's funny, I was gonna ask, is it normal, like right after you put your suit on, you just get like an itch on your nose?
It can.
And it's like, can't do much for the next couple hours.
Damn.
Yep.
Loser.
There's 45,000, Sam. What's the highest you've ever been?
The highest I've ever been? Let me tell you, back in college.
So I did hit 50,000 once in an F-15, which was incredible, but we only did it for a few seconds, so this is gonna be a lot more legit, I'd say.
Yeah, we won't have any problem shattering that one today.
Wait, is the inside of this cabin pressurized, or do they just rely on the spacesuits? It must be, I would imagine, right?
Now, crossing 50,000 feet is a bit of a milestone. This is the altitude where Earth's atmosphere ends and the stratosphere begins, and historically was once considered space, or at least what's known as the space equivalent zone.
Well, Sam, there goes 50. Your old altitude is now old.
It's all new territory from here.
And you can see she still wants to climb.
At altitudes above 50,000 feet, a person will become quickly hypoxic. Why? Simply put, there's not enough air pressure to allow your lungs to absorb the limited amount of oxygen that's in the atmosphere. So if you're going to be flying at these altitudes, you need to be wearing a full pressure suit. Hence why we call it the space equivalent zone.
So if you notice here, if you kind of look slightly above the horizon, you can see a gradation of blue into a dark blue.
Yeah.
If you could look directly above you, it would go even darker. So as we continue to climb here, if you kind of maybe out the right side versus towards the sun there, and you can start to make out the gentle curve.
The only curvature is because of the lens, guys. Don't be tricked.
As the numbers on the altimeter continued to climb higher and higher, and as we quickly approached the 70,000-foot milestone, the views to my left and right were something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Other than the astronauts in the International Space Station, the two of us sitting in this aircraft are the highest human beings in the world. And as my pilot Mongo reminded me, because the rear cockpit in the two-seat version of the U-2 sits a few feet higher than the pilot in the front, that meant I was actually the highest human on Earth.
Well, on Earth?
You really are on top of the world here.
Well, you more than me right now.
That's pretty wild, though, right?
Yeah, that is true. And I guess I'm, what, 2 feet higher than you?
Got him.
Blue sky or... Now there's a term in aviation known as coffin corner. It refers to the region of flight where even the slightest changes in airspeed or altitude can result in, well, I think you get the point.
That's where I drive all the time. Every time it's coffin corner. I'm just kidding.
Something else you'll notice on the speed tape on the left side of the screen. The red bar at the bottom, as we climb, it'll start creeping up towards our indicated airspeed as we start climbing into Coffin Corner.
The higher we climb, the closer we are to both overspeed and stall up at altitude, putting us at a razor's edge flying margin at any given time.
Go too slow and you'll stall the jet. Go too fast and you'll exceed your critical Mach number.
You see how easy the roll there is?
Yeah.
She's pretty pitch sensitive up at altitude. There's not a lot of air molecules.
The air over your wings will go supersonic, you'll pitch down, the aircraft will accelerate, and the wings will fall off.
So here we go, watch your left wing.
Okay, good enough. The way you feel about this dude having so much access to shit is how I feel about this dude with his PC setups. Wait, what is this?
I'm after you. I mean, man, take a look at the inside of this thing. There is like no empty space at all. You can feel the difference too. Like if you put your hand on like an opposite side of a vent, you can like really feel the amount of air that is being pushed out now compared to before where there was like not much air pressure at all. As for the performance, well, it's interesting. So,
okay. Clip of Crip silently choking on a cookie. 10 out of 10. Wait, why? Sorry. What if we could be watching a man die right now? A year-old clip too. Oh wait, yeah. Why did you even have this up right now? My God. Okay. Anyway, that was a huge diversion. I haven't dug into this story much because some of the laws are kind of crazy, but I don't know if this is a hot take or not. Americans need to shut the fuck up about sexism in Iran. We just forced a dead woman to give birth. If the family and the partner and everything wanted this to happen and the woman wasn't like strictly opposed to it, I don't actually know if this is that bad. Does anybody, what is there? I need more details on this story. They didn't what? The family was against it? Dead woman gives birth. The baby came out 1 pound. Ooh, they got the Ozempic babies. The baby of a woman in Georgia who was declared brain dead has been on life support since February. It was delivered early Friday morning, her mother said. 30 born prematurely by an emergency C-section early Friday. The Atlanta station reported Monday she was about 6 months into her pregnancy. Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on, we need to do some math here. This woman was declared brain dead in February, and the baby was born 6 months premature a few days ago? So, what, this woman was like a couple weeks pregnant? Or am I misunderstanding this? Okay, never mind then. Okay, because I was trying to have in my mind, I wanted to give the contrarian take. You know, like if you had a mom and then she ends up dying because of something that happened, and you're like, should we keep the body alive to give birth to the baby? If the baby's like 6, 7, 8 months along, that's especially if you're the dad, and especially if the family supports it. But if the woman's like a month pregnant, that's wild. Jesus. He's expected to be okay. He's just fighting. We just have prayers for him. Said her daughter had intense headaches more than 4 months ago and went to Atlanta's Northside Hospital where medication was released. The next morning, her boyfriend woke up to her gasping for air and fell 911. Emory University Hospital determined she had blood clots in her brain, was declared brain dead. She was 8 weeks pregnant. That's kind of wild. 2 months? That's a little crazy. Jesus. Newkirk said Smith would be taken off of life support Tuesday. Oh, after the baby was born. Jesus. It's unclear why Emory decided to deliver the baby. The AP has also tried to contact. Smith's family said Emory doctors told them they were not allowed to remove the devices keeping her breathing because state law bans abortion after cardiac activity be detected, generally around 6 weeks into pregnancy. Georgia Republican Attorney General Chris Carr later issued a statement saying the law did not require medical professionals to keep a woman declared brain dead on life support. Removing life support is not an action with the purpose to terminate a pregnancy, Carr said. Newkirk said Smith loved being a nurse at Emory. She also had a 7-year-old son. Her family... Huh. Pregnant woman in Georgia, this is in May, was declared brain dead after a medical emergency, has been kept on life support for 3 months by doctors to allow enough time for the baby to be born and comply with Georgia's strict anti-abortion law, family members say. The case of the latest consequence of the abortion, Adriana Smith, a 30-year-old mother and nurse, was declared brain dead, meaning she's legally dead in February. Newkirk said her daughter had intense headaches for more than 3 months, went to the hospital, received medication, was released, and then died of blood clots in the brain. She's now 21 weeks pregnant. Smith's family says Emory doctors have told them that they are not allowed to stop or remove the devices that are keeping her breathing because of a provision in state law that bans abortion after cardiac law was adopted in 2019, not enforced until after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Smith's family, including her 5-year-old son, still visit her in the hospital. Newkirk said doctors told the family that the fetus has fluid on the brain and they're concerned about his health. Was this like born like with, what is it called, hydrocephalus as well? That would be even more fucking retarded. She's pregnant with my grandson, but he may be blind, may not be able to walk, may not survive once he's born, Newkirk said. Newkirk has not commented on whether the family wants Smith removed from life support. Okay. Who has the right to make these decisions? Monica Simpson, executive director of Sister Song, which is the lead plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging Georgia, said the situation is problematic. Her family deserved the right to have decision-making power about her medical decisions. Instead, they've endured over 90 days of re-traumatization, expensive medical costs, and the cruelty of being unable to resolve. Why do they? There's no way they have to foot the medical bill, no? Maybe the husband would? Or her estate might have to pay it after death, but... Louis Shepard, a bioethicist and law professor in the University of Cincinnati, requires life support in this case. Whether a state could insist, Smith remains on the breathing and other devices uncertain. Spotlight on Georgia's abortion law. Georgia's law confers personhood on a fetus. Those who say... Setzler said the woman's relatives do have good choices, including keeping the child or offering it up for adoption. If the woman is brain dead, why not prioritize the potential for life? Where is the harm? Well, one, it sounds like this baby's chances of even having a healthy pregnancy and then delivery are low anyway. And two, you're basically forcing the family member or the family members to keep their child alive on machines as an incubator for a child. That's just seems kind of... Wow, IMPs, thanks for subbing. Damn, well. This has comments from the pregnant woman's mother. Oh, is this actually related to this?
Year-old Adriana Smith was about 9 weeks pregnant when she started having bad headaches in February.
Enough to know that something was wrong.
April Newkirk says her daughter went to Northside Hospital for help.
They gave her some medication, but they didn't do any tests. They didn't do any CT scans. If they did, they would have caught it.
The next morning, Adriana's boyfriend noticed something was terribly wrong.
She was gasping for air in her sleep, gargling. More than likely it was blood. She was taken to Emory, Decatur, and then she was transferred here.
To Emory University Hospital, where Adriana worked as an RN. Unfortunately, there was nothing doctors could do.
They did a CT scan and she had blood clots all in her head. So they had asked me if they could do a procedure to relieve them, and I said yes. And then they called me back and they said,
Jesus, how fucked are you at that point? What is the condition? What's even happening at that point?
They couldn't do it.
Doctors declared Adriana brain dead.
So I feel as if somebody dropped the ball at the hospitals, and her boyfriend asked, please keep her. If she was kept at the hospital, we wouldn't be here.
Because of Georgia's heartbeat bill, which bans abortions after a fetal heartbeat is detected, her family says they weren't given any say in what happens next.
It's torture for me. I come here and I see my daughter breathing. ventilator, but she's not there. And I'm touching her. And she has a son who I bring to see her.
Now, 21 weeks pregnant, her baby's health uncertain.
She's pregnant with my grandson, but my grandson may be blind, may not be able to walk, wheelchair bound. We don't know if he'll live once she has him.
A situation she says no one should be forced into.
It should have been left up to the family.
They basically dismissed her health scare and then forced her to give birth. Well, we don't know if they dismissed her health scare. So I know that it's very hard for Americans to understand this because you guys seem to think that if you have unlimited money that every single condition is always treatable and curable at all points in time and you're basically guaranteed immortality. But sometimes you just get really unlucky and there's just shit that happens that fucking sucks and you're fucked and there's not much you can do about it. And it's rare and it sucks. Like if she has multiple blood clots in the brain, I imagine something is seriously fucked at that point. I don't know what, but...
Because...
Although maybe for this condition, maybe she wasn't unlucky, but I don't think, I haven't seen any evidence that she was or wasn't unlucky.
I'm in my 50s, her dad is in his 50s, so we're gonna have the responsibility with her partner to raise
They should have done more tests? Are you a doctor? You don't know that. What do you mean?
her sons, you know? And I'm not saying that we would have chose to terminate her pregnancy. What I'm saying is we should have had a choice. We should have had a choice.
Damn.
When my hair started to thin.
But if you dismiss it, then we can't know for certain whether it was unavoidable. You're banned. Well, when did I say dismiss it? Why are you so... I don't understand. I still have so many fucking binary retards in my fucking community. I didn't say you have to dismiss it. If I say we don't have enough information to know something, why do you automatically assume that I'm saying the contrary to that? It could be that there wasn't enough information and somebody did drop the ball here. I'm just saying we don't have that available to us. Just because somebody dies or just because something bad happens to a person doesn't mean that the doctors fucked up in the initial diagnosis or the treatment or whatever. It could sometimes there are just certain very rare diseases and you get incredibly fucking unlucky. But who knows? But they could have fucked up as well. But we don't know. I haven't seen any information posted about that, and I wouldn't just assume that as a blanket thing. How/who would even review that if she presented to the ER with certain things that were overlooked? Do you think that should be actionable? Well, I mean, I'm sure there's like a standard set of ways that you DDX certain symptoms, and if there was some stuff that was incredibly obvious to people ignoring, then you do something about it, I imagine. I don't know if it's like criminal or civilly liable. I mean, that's probably what malpractice insurance for. But sometimes there are just things that are just, you're just unlucky. It just sucks. Like having a ton of brain clots in the brain at 30 years old that's insane. That's horrible. But I don't know what causes it. That sounds like a very unlucky. I don't know how many people would. I don't know how many people. I don't know what has to happen in your body for that to even happen at that age. Is the dad, has he made any comments on this at all? Because if so, then it just sounds like they're literally just keeping the body alive without, the family doesn't seem to be interested in this at all. And then, damn, that's insane. Jesus. In 8 or 9 weeks. That's crazy. Supposedly brain clots are more common in pregnant women. More common can still be incredibly rare, right? Like, it's not like, oh, you're pregnant. There's like a 50% chance of mass brain clots in the brain. What? Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, back to this.
But only the US Air Force can deploy it, using the B-2 bomber. No other aircraft is configured to carry it, and Israel has no B-2 bombers. So to destroy Iran's nuclear program, Natanz, Fordo, and Pickaxe will have to be taken down, and only America can pull the trigger. Admittedly, air power alone may not be enough. Special forces would have to be deployed on the ground to confirm the destruction of each site, but the bottom line is that American involvement, especially in aerial operations, is inevitable.
Destiny, but it means it should be screened? Screened how? How do you... I don't know how you screen. I don't even know how you screen for clots. What is it? An MRI? Do you think that every woman who's pregnant that reports to an ER with 2 to 3 months of headaches is the recommendation to MRI the head? I don't even know what the Destiny. We use a D-dimer study. Multiple head brain clots. I don't know what I would even begin to look for here. I have no idea. I don't know if a condition is released with her, we can look that up. But
most of the US tanker aircraft landed in Italy, Spain, and Germany at bases that typically serve as launch pads for operations in the Middle East. Morro Air Base in Spain is one such example. It is a place where tanker aircraft specialize in taking off to
coagulation disorder, pregnant women. Someone said to look this up. Von Willebrand or Willebrand disease? The fuck is this? Also, we don't even, I wonder if she had clots like all over her body or if it was just in the head. Like, I feel like we would need more information to check as well. Yeah, I don't know. Right. Somebody get the medical records. Pull the medical records.
To refuel B-2 bombers in the air. Doing so would then allow the bombers to keep flying to the Middle East to carry out attacks. So what we're seeing is the formation of an air corridor designed to sustain a prolonged assault. A fleet of 32 tankers can keep over 200 combat.
Blood clotting and high blood pressure are pretty common pregnancy-related issues that can be very serious and are generally monitored if you have any pre-existing conditions. I wonder if they knew if the lady was pregnant at the time when she even went to the hospital, though. I guess they must have if they didn't want to terminate the pregnancy and kill the body. I wonder if, I have no idea, because if she was 2 months pregnant, then she would have known for maybe, well, if you're 2 months pregnant, I think technically that means you're like a month and a half pregnant. So if they said 7 weeks, then it was probably more like 5 weeks, because they count from your last period start rather than the time of ovulation. I don't know why they do this, but they do this. I have no idea.
Designed to sustain a prolonged assault. A fleet of 32 tankers can keep over 200 combat aircraft in the air.
The article said the doctors called the husband later on because they just found out that she was pregnant. Oh, okay, gotcha.
At the same time. There is no need for that kind of support in a region where the US already has a massive footprint. So either America is preparing to strike Iran directly, or it is setting up a refueling mission over Iraq or Syria to let Israeli jets carry more bombs instead of external fuel tanks. The latter is the safer bet for the United States. With that many US tanker aircraft refueling Israeli jets, Israel can begin the second phase of the war, the Dahiya Doctrine. And from here, things get dark really fast. The Dahiya Doctrine is a controversial military strategy that involves...
Wait, what?
Where the US already has a massive footprint. So either America is preparing to strike Iran directly, or it is setting up a refueling mission over Iraq or Syria to let Israeli jets carry more bombs instead of external fuel tanks. The latter is the safer bet for the United States. With that many US tanker aircraft refueling Israeli jets, Israel can begin the second phase of the war, the Dahiya Doctrine. And from here, things get dark really fast. The Dahiya Doctrine is a controversial military strategy that involves the use of overwhelming firepower.
Do we, have there been like huge Iranian civilian casualties so far? Has that happened? I haven't actually checked. I haven't seen any numbers recently.
Including attacks on civilian infrastructure to deter enemies. It is named after a suburb of Beirut that was heavily bombed during the 2006 Lebanon War. The doctrine is designed to inflict massive destruction, pressure civilians to turn against local officials, and shift blame onto non-state actors who operate within civilian areas.
Yeah, but didn't that completely and totally fucking fail in 2006? I'm pretty sure all the Lebanese people just blamed Israel even more. I don't know if Israel still conducts war in this way or considered that successful. My understanding is it wasn't considered a successful way to turn the Lebanese people against Hezbollah.
Former Israeli General Gadi Eisenkot described it bluntly. If a rocket is fired from a village, the entire village becomes a target. Israel is expected to apply that in Tehran, which would explain the additional tanker aircraft en route to the region. They're going to ramp up the aerial assault. The casualties would be enormous. Already, a mass exodus of civilians is underway, with many fleeing Tehran for safer ground. Critics argue the doctrine violates key principles of international law, namely the distinction between civilians and combatants, the requirement for proportionality, and the prohibition on collective punishment under the Geneva Convention. That is all very true, but sometimes power makes its own rules, and the world has no choice but to move on. This is the war American, Israeli, and Iranian policymakers have prepared for the last 40 years. It has all come down to this. Iran knows the United States is likely to join Israel in attacking its nuclear program. In anticipation, Iran has held back most of its hypersonic missiles, storing them deep underground in bunkers.
Wait, what am I listening to? Oh god, fuck. Am I about to have a gentleman amnesia effect thing going on here? Iran is hiding hypersonic missiles underground that it just hasn't used them yet at all for anything, or
where Israeli bombs can't reach. These missiles, designed to evade standard defenses, including the Iron Dome, are not meant for symbolic retaliation. They are reserved for targeted, high-impact strikes on key US military assets across the periphery, if America gets involved directly. Iran's strategy could include military bases such as the British Air Force Base, Akrotiri, and the Andreas Papandreou Air Base, both in Cyprus. These two are used for surveillance and regional operations and would make for top priority targets. Other targets could include the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which serves as America's main regional command center.
Iran is going to start shooting hypersonic missiles into Qatar as well? Wait, what? Okay.
Also at risk are the Qadisiyah Air Base and the Harir Air Base in Iraq, the Ali al-Salem.
Did you expect this video to be good? I thought the Kashmir Report does a lot of long videos that we've liked in the past, but it's been about things I don't know anything about.
Air Base and Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, the Al Dhafra Air Base and AR, which serves as America's main regional command center. Also at risk are the Qadisiyah Air Base and the Harir Air Base in Iraq, the Ali al-Salem Air Base and Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, the Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, the Muwafaq Salti.
Iran's gonna start bombing. Wait, what am I watching? They have enough hypersonic missiles to start bombing American embassies and bases in every single fucking country? Like, what?
Air Base in Jordan and the Prince Sultan.
I don't even know if Russia has hypersonic missile. Isn't that still debated?
The Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Also within range are the US carrier strike groups in the Red Sea and Eastern Mediterranean, but also the Naval Support Activity Base in Bahrain, which is home to the US 5th Fleet. If Iran fires its hypersonic missiles at these sites, the casualties would be massive, especially if equipped with dirty bombs to scatter radioactive materials. Despite Iran's efforts to hide its 5th Fleet, if Iran fires its hypersonic missiles at these sites, the casualties would be massive, especially if equipped with dirty bombs to scatter radioactive materials. Despite Iran's efforts...
Okay, I don't know what this...
To hide its arsenal and nuclear sites deep underground, the US military has weapons that can still reach them. Tehran understands that if the conflict turns into a full-scale war, even its most secure sites might not stay safe for long, which is why it is carefully weighing when, where, and if to use its most powerful weapons. This will not end well. Many will die, but the last time someone struck US bases, they got a glimpse of the portable sun. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian.
What? Didn't Iran bomb one of our embassies after we killed Soleimani? I thought that happened once. I thought they bombed one and then they also hit their own civilian airliner. It wasn't the same attack, was it? I don't remember if they actually managed to shoot a missile at it or not. I don't remember.
Report. If you approve of what we do, please leave a comment, hit the like button, and mayhaps share the video. In any case...
Okay, this was a meme video, okay? Jesus. You know what a dirty bomb is, right? Isn't that where they put a whole bunch of nudes on the side of it or whatever? Do you have any guesses on why Trump is wavering on making a decision? Because he's legitimately fucking retarded and he doesn't have any idea what he's doing, and he's probably being informed by some military advisors of some things, but has no idea how to weigh any advice against any other advice, and he's eliminated anybody that can give him actually good advice, so I don't know.
His dad was a war hero. I didn't look at my detail. My grandfather's a Korean War veteran.
What is Warhammer 40k January 6th edition?
Well, and I'm a surprisingly hot police officer. Oh.
Why? Why does everybody have to go completely off into the other direction? As a non-lawyer, but someone with Google and a semi-functional brain, it seems Lasercomb America Inc. vs. Reynolds, Jacobson v. Katzer, and Video Pipeline v. Buena Vista are three cases that have had rulings that use of copyright outside the scope of the law's intent to protect IP are misuse. What were they suing over in all three of these cases? Let's look up the first one. (1987) case, okay. Wait, this is not the correct one. Oh, no, wait, it is. He just named the first. Okay. Computer software program in 1987? God damn. This matter comes before the court on plaintiff's motion for summary judgment pursuant to Rule 56. Case involves the alleged copyright infringement of a computer software program in violation of 17 U.S.C. 501A, along with claims of breach of contract, misappropriation. Defendants have filed counterclaims alleging breach of contract, injurious falsehoods, and trade defamation, unfair competition by competitive disparagement, malicious institution of a civil action, and unfair deceptive trade practices in violation. Finding that the undisputed facts establish copyright infringement, the court will grant plaintiff's motion as to this claim. Wrong case? This is literally a copyright case with the name Lasercomb America as the first litigant. Do you think he's talking about a different case? Good luck, link something, or you're about to get banned. It's Lasercomb America v. Reynolds? Oh, you're lucky. Maybe it is. You saved yourself. Close call. 1992. This appeal arises from the district court's decision on remand. From our opinion, Lasercomb, 1, we instructed the court to recalculate the fraud damages due to Lasercomb America jointly. So for fraud involving computer software and copying computer software, Holiday is the only remaining appellant. And he challenges the court's calculation of damages. Okay. Meaning, if there was a calculation of damages, then that means that Lasercomb America won their case, I'm guessing? Wait. We instructed the court to calculate the fraud damages due to Lasercomb America, Inc. jointly and severally from Holiday Steel Worldwide Corp. For fraud involved in copying computer software. Wait, read defendants from the case you were looking at. It was right? Wait, what? Fuck you. Hold on. Okay. We previously described Holiday Steel and Lasercomb were competitors in the manufacture of steel rolled dies that are used to cut and score paper and cardboard for folding into boxes and cartons. Lasercomb developed a software program, Interact, which is the object of the dispute between the parties. Using this program, a designer creates a template for a cardboard cutout on a computer screen, and the software directs the mechanized creation of the conforming steel rolled die. In 1983, before Lasercomb was ready to market its Interact program generally, it licensed 4 pre-release copies to Holiday Steel, which paid $35,000 for the first copy, $17,500 each for the next 2 copies, and $2,000 for the fourth. Lasercom informed Holiday Steel that it would charge $2,000 for each additional copy Holiday Steel cared to purchase. Apparently ambitious to create for itself an even better deal, Holiday Steel circumvented the protective devices that Lasercom had provided with the software, DRM, in the 80s. It made 3 unauthorized copies of Interact, which it used on its computer systems. Perhaps buoyed by its success of copying, Holiday Steel then created a software program called PDS 1000, which was almost entirely a direct copy of Interact and marketed as its own CAD/CAM die-making software. These infringing activities were accomplished by Job Reynolds at the direction of Larry Holiday. The district court in its first decision awarded Lasercom $105,000 in actual damages for copyright infringement and fraud, with Holiday Steel, Holiday, and Reynolds jointly and severally liable, plus $10,000 against Holiday and $5,000 against Reynolds, as punitive damages on the fraud claim. Holiday and Reynolds appealed the decision, and on August 16, 1990, we reversed the award of damages due to copyright infringement because Lasercom's anti-competitive clauses in its own standard license agreement constituted copyright misuse, a valid defense. In addition, we vacated the award of fraud damages. We noted that the district court and its evaluation, clauses, that's probably the thing that we're talking about here. Its evaluation of 3 copied Interact System 35,000 program evidently considered Lasercom's loss of sales to persons other than Holiday Steel. We held that the damages could only be properly measured by limiting consideration of lost sales to Holiday Steel. We remanded for determination of the cost of Lasercom sent a letter to Holiday Steel saying the charges was on remand. The district court found that Lasercom's offered the sale as because of fraud perpetuated by Holiday Steel. Specifically, the court found that prior to August 1983, Holiday Steel complained about non-existent bugs in the system and non-existent problems relating to the ChronoGuard system, which was designed to limit application of Interact to one computer so it could not be copied. According to the court, defendants bypassed the ChronoGuard while representing to plaintiff that the system did not work properly so as to continue to receive updates and technological assistance from plaintiff. Again, plaintiff offered Holiday Steel the additional system for $2,000 as a show of good faith. Because of defendants' many complaints, the court found fraud by Holiday Steel prior to 1983 and found the offer the reduced price. Jesus. Okay. Okay. The court then set damages for defendants' fraudulent conduct by applying Lasercom's standard pricing policy. For breach of contract, copyright infringement. Okay. The courts vacated, so they got rid of the judgment and injunction on the basis of copyright misuse defense. The district court found, however, that the doctrine of unclean hands barred defendants from recovery on the bond. So I believe that unclean hands means if something starts as like a criminal action, I don't believe that you're able to recover anything that somebody might have done to civilly damage you past that point. For instance, if somebody robs me of $1,000 and I go to sue that person and we go to court and the guy's like, yeah, this guy stole $1,000 from me while I was trying to sell him drugs, then I think that, well, if the initial action was the sale of narcotics, it's illegal. I can't sue somebody and hold them civilly liable for ways they might have damaged me once we've gone down that road for civil damages that stem from the initial action. I believe this is when we talk about the unclean hands doctrine. I think that's what we're talking about. According to the court, as the facts have shown, defendants' hands could not likely be more soiled. Further, the profits defendants claim to have lost would have stemmed directly from their fraud, and as such are not compensable. Therefore, the bond and the interest that has accrued on it will be awarded to plaintiff. I've skimmed this. It's kind of weird. It sounds like the defense, the profits the defendants claim to have lost would have. So it sounds like they basically sabotaged their own program or something. Or they claimed that a program wasn't working and they wanted to use it on more computers, and then that's why they were given something stupid. People were lying. People were doing dumb shit. Holiday Steel complained about non-existent bugs in the system and non-existent problems relating to the ChronoGuard system, which was designed to limit application of Interactive One's computer so it cannot be copied. Defendants bypassed the ChronoGuard while representing a plaintiff that the system did not work properly, so as to continue to receive updates and technological assistance from plaintiff. Okay. So they were lying about bugs so they could get free updates or some bullshit. So this would be like what, for like a countersuit, I guess, is what they were ruling on here? The dispositive factual question with regard to Holiday's first argument is why Loser Coin agreed to sell copies of Interactive $2,000 to Square File. Only offer this price because... Okay, this, I don't know why. I do know why. It's because we probably asked ChatGPT and these were like the 3 cases that it gave. There's no shot anybody read. Or that this was ready about. Okay. I'm not going to bother reading the other 2. But like, are 3 cases that have had rulings that use of copyright outside the scope of the law's intent are misuse. But that wasn't, it didn't sound like that was what this first one was really about here. But... The unclean hands has less to do with illegal actions and more to do with fraud or bad faith. Okay. Clean hands doctrine. An equitable defense that bars relief to a party who's engaged in inequitable behavior, including fraud, deceit, unconscionability, or bad faith related to the subject matter of that party's claim. The unclean hands doctrine is also known as the clean hands doctrine and the dirty hands doctrine. The unclean hands doctrine typically applies only to equitable claims such as requests for injunctive relief or specific performance, but some jurisdictions permit as a defense to legal claims as well. Okay. So not necessarily criminal stuff. So I guess it would be more like, if you ask to use my car and I say sure, and then you drive my car, and then you come back, and then I sue you because I reveal that actually I have a car business, and I rent that car out, and you owe me $1,000, the defense could be that, I don't know if that would necessarily count if I literally gave him permission, but... Well, I guess if I lied about it, but... His selective enforcement lawsuits against people he's beefed with will probably trigger the defense to also use bad faith enforcement rulings as well, which there are plenty of, it seems. Why not find one good case, then, to cite for that? This hinges on Ethan's own words in his own video, not on a misinterpretation of any actions except his selective targeting. The latter isn't even necessary for the former to uphold my theory on the rest. He can copyright his work all he wants, but he himself said he laid a trap and created something he knew these people couldn't help but watch. Does that count as bad faith? If I know that somebody is like breaking into my, like a storage shed over and over again, and I put up a camera system, and then when they come in, I'm like, I knew these motherfuckers would be back. I literally fucking set this shit up and everything. Did that... And I don't know if you're required to enforce all copyright infringement, or otherwise you lose your copyright. I've never heard that before. I've heard that in regards to trademark enforcement, but I haven't heard... That's fine, but you can't set up a bobby trap? You mean a booby trap? I know you can't do that. Well, I mean, I don't think you can do that. I don't know in all states. Courts seem to be really careful when ruling in favor of implied license, but I'm finding a lot of case law supporting it. Estate of Hevia v. Portrio Corp. The court ruled implied license depends on objective manifestations of intent. So his words may bite him in the ass there too. Can all the casetext.com stuff go away if it's not here anymore? Fuck you. The late Roberto Hevia Acosta had a flair for architectural design. The fruits of his labor survived him and led to a pitched legal battle that pitted his estate and heirs against his longtime business partner. These appeals together comprise a chapter in the anthology of that litigation that requires to examine an arcane corner of the law, implied licenses to use copyrighted works. The particular case at issue here began when RHA's estate and various members of his family, namely his 3 children, Raul Hevia Macia, Roberto Hevia Macia, and Vivian Hevia Macia, and his widow, Florinda Macia, sued an array of defendants. The operative pleading is the second amended complaint. In it, the plaintiff alleged that the defendants infringed a copyright on architectural plans created by RHA. The defendants denied the plaintiff's material allegations and counterclaimed. The district court rejected both the copyright claim and the counterclaims and entered judgment without the imposition of any attorney's fees or costs. Following the court's supplementary order on a motion for reconsideration, both sides appealed. Discerning no error or abuse of discretion, we affirm. So it sounds like this case got rejected and the counterclaim got rejected. Is it worth it to memorize the circuits? Do they usually use from, like, move around? Like, is the first circuit, is this like New England and the Northeast? First Circuit, Wikipedia, courts, U.S. Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Puerto Rico, and Rhode Island. Because the absence of liability on the copyright claim was determined at the summary judgment stage, we rehearsed the relevant facts in the lights most favorable to the plaintiffs. The main protagonists in this saga are RHA and a quantum business partner. Over the course of the roughly 7 years, men jointly participated in a host of real estate ventures. To bring structure to this sprawling enterprise, they formed 3 companies. The partners owned equal entity interests or equal equity interests in each of these companies. The 2 men also worked out a division of corporate responsibilities under this arrangement. FV ran the business side of the enterprise, and RHA took charge of design, share the financial burden of the enterprise. The project that lies at the epicenter of this case is the Rio Grande Village, a planned residential community in Rio Grande, Puerto Rico. One of the partners' companies, RG Development, owned Rio Grande Village. RHA worked on the architectural plans for the complex. FV acknowledges that RG Development owed RHA approximately $150,000 for his work on the plans. RHA created the Hevia plans in or around 1999 at some point. That's sufficiently far advanced to authorize them to engineer to incorporate them, blah, blah, blah. Some wire for the grantors. Some 30 Rose to Trust sold the stock to FV for $4 million. He began with this purchase, sole shareholder of all 3 companies. After the consummation transaction, sold the land that had been earmarked for. Jesus. Request permission to use the Hevia plans. On June 17th, Raul signed a document granting De Leon authority to make use of plans prepared by RHA for any commercial business. Okay. In October, however, Roberto wrote separate letters to De Leon and Jose, in which he stated he owned the architectural plans being used. Okay. This, without digging into it, this seems like a clusterfuck of like joint ownership of businesses and something being created and then shared. This seems way, way, way more complicated. Two other factors are worth noting. First, the plaintiffs acknowledge that the plans were intended by their creator for the construction of Rio Grande Village. Second, it is undisputed that the plans with De Leon's modifications were devoted to construction at that location that had been intended all along as the site of the Rio Grande Village. Okay. Well, all right.
Wasn't pursued it.
Quick law mean.
Wasn't pursued it, but
I don't trust any legal citations anymore, even in lawsuits. I always, even in Supreme Court ones, especially when they come from fucking Alito and Thomas. I have to read the underlying shit if I have the time to. My answer to this above, you only replied to the second half. I'm willing to bet arguments get made explaining the nature of this space, Ethan mentioning them creates a reasonable expectation of reaction. Hassan/Ethan being prominent figures warrants reaction. That these circumstances and Ethan's admitted copyright misuse nullifies the rest. I don't think Ethan is admitting to copyright misuse here. Especially when he explicitly said in the past, not people who re-upload entire works. Knowing they might steal it does not equal as hoping they do. Quote, I laid a trap, end quote, and quote, I created something I knew they couldn't resist reacting to, end quote. That, nobody's forcing you to do it, though. I implore you to stop using Google forever. It has fried your ability to form critical, original thoughts. If I hope someone punches me and they punch me, I still have the right to defend myself. Correct, unless you, like, provoke them in some way. Although they'll still be liable. There just might be mitigating circumstances now. There's not a judge on the planet Earth who's going to claim that they had the right to steal his content or viewership simply because he hoped they would. What's your beef with Google? Do you think I just Googled, hey, here's the situation, how can I say it's bad? No, I started Google laws and rulings related to his argument and did the same for possible defenses I thought might be applicable. Thank you for the excellent example. You cannot invoke the right of self-defense if you provoke someone to attack you. You absolutely can. It just depends on how things go. This is not a blanket rule. Like, if I walk up to someone, I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Like, let's go. Let's fucking fight, bro. Come on. And the guy takes out a gun and fucking shoots me? You think he's just 100% in the clear there? Like, the cops show up and it's like, well, did you provoke him? And it's like, yeah. And they're like, okay, well, you're gonna die. And he's good. Ethan making the video hoping it gets stolen is like someone throwing on a Cowboys jersey, going to an Eagles sports bar as they're getting their asses beat, yelling loudly about how bad the Eagles suck and hoping someone punches him. Does Lycan think in this example that the guys would be completely in the clear whipping his ass? Wait, what? Ethan making the video hoping it gets stolen is like someone throwing on a Cowboys jersey, going to an Eagles sports bar as they're getting their asses beat, yelling loudly about how bad the Eagles suck and hoping someone punches them. And then what? The people beating the shit out of them are in the clear? Can we get right to the rape examples? Like, imagine going to a bar scantily clad and then getting drunk and expecting someone not to rape you. Like, what is... This is an insane... Sorry, maybe your issue is with the word hoping. Intent is the operative word. The intent was to get them to react. Again, see his video. The intent was to be able to sue them when they react. He says this himself. I cannot... There's nothing wrong with intending to hold somebody civilly accountable for violating your rights. And I mean, the intent, he created the video to create the content nuke because he wanted to make the video. I doubt the entire purpose of that video was solely was just to get them to react to it and sue them. Okay. All right, don't stop.
Wasn't pursued it, but this could have been three separate.
Okay, but it wasn't three separate.
I know,
Let's go
but-
with what happened in the case.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry.
Oh no! Oh! I would just leave. I would quit. I'm recusing. I can't do this. Find another. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Hello? My mic. Oh my God. Did you guys hear that? Anybody else's sound system glitch right there? Oh, his accent is not southern enough to be making that kind of slip up too. Oh my God. I don't know if I can watch the rest of this video. Okay.
This wasn't pursued it, but this could have been three separate.
Okay, but it wasn't three separate.
I know,
Let's go
but-
with what happened in the case.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I've just been totally thrown by
Yeah, I
my
can
mistake.
imagine. I can imagine. I'm a little thrown by that also, if I'm being honest.
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just a,
Okay, well, go ahead. You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
the question here.
We call that Riz. Jesus. The adult version of calling your teacher mom? True. God damn. Jesus Christ. Today, all of our Turning Point USA staff will be working. We will not be taking off for the federal holiday. What's your point? People work on the 4th of July. People work on Christmas. People work on Veterans Day. Why mention anything about working on a federal holiday? Who asked? True? Okay. Too many non-working holidays in America. It has cost our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year. How many federal holidays are there? Like 11 or 12? Also, not every place closes on holidays. Also, I don't think anybody's forced to close on holidays. I think you can. Just because he's ass pain about Juneteenth? Like, Jesus. Why would you even say something this obviously fucking unpopular? What an unhinged, stupid... Back to work, wagey. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I never got to work those nice, middle-class jobs. I worked shitty jobs. Somebody said, I've heard that companies in the U.S. make you choose 5 holidays you wish to take off and the rest you work. Is that true? The jobs that I worked, there were 3 holidays. There was Christmas, New Year's, and Easter, and you get to pick 1 to take off. You're working everything else. But 5 holidays, what the fuck? But I only work shitty service level jobs. I don't know. 5 holidays. Oh, that's like. Well, I would have worked anyway because I don't like holidays, and you get time and a half, so fuck it. Oh no, I'm sorry. Not Easter. Thanksgiving it's the 3. It was Thanksgiving, New Year's, and Christmas. I think were usually the 3, not Easter. I think.
To Russia, Caroline. President Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of like we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are 2 very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president...
The most non-answer bullshit of all time. Unbelievable, bro. It's got to be done soon. They're getting like quieter. Like I can tell they're moving through the building. So maybe by tomorrow I won't be able to hear it anymore. Okay. Trump gives TikTok another 90-day extension to be sold. Nice. vaccine that effectively prevents AIDS, approved by FDA. Nice.
What defines a good president for you?
Good. No new wars. No new wars.
At least he hasn't started any new wars.
And crazy, after we had peace in the Middle East, what happened?
Remember
Biden?
how I got you no new wars? Maybe you libs should recalibrate. And remember the guy that brought you no new wars.
By the way, when I was president, we had no wars. We had no new wars. We didn't start it. Remember when Hillary said, he'll start wars. Look at his personality. No, I said, my personality will keep us out of wars.
So what makes you think?
At Destiny, when enough people close their doors, even if it's not a forced holiday, it forces the rest to close too, most of the time, because people expect everything to be closed. Bullshit. You selfish, greedy motherfuckers expect everything to be open. You just want your job to be closed. Except for there are a couple holidays where people clear the fuck out, but I feel like Thanksgiving was always a big one. Dude, I hate sports. There was football. Was it NFL shit on Thanksgiving? I feel like Thanksgiving was a big casino holiday. New Year's, I think, was a big casino holiday. Christmas, I think, was dead. Unless you work at like an Asian restaurant or whatever. But generally on holidays, you motherfuckers want to go out and have all the people serve you, okay? Fuck you.
We're gonna watch it live, yes.
Shut up! Gross.
Seems like, so he's suing Denims.
Why is Ethan's new video sponsored by the Israeli government? Damn. Oh yeah, Vadim, where was our debate?
What do you envision that the Democrats could offer in 2028 to defeat
your mom? Where's the...
In his voice.
Shut up!
Yeah, probably. I mean, even...
Has your dad ever bought a Jaffa Orange?
Once or twice.
Right, he's buying nukes for Israel, bro. He's a Jew.
Which contact do you think?
One day I will watch that movie. There was a Joe...
New content nuke drop.
There was a Joe Rogan clip on my thing. Oh my god. Look at all this. Look at this loyal Destiny follower. Oh my god, we got the Glocky. We got the Glocky in the background too. Whoo! And some audio interface, I'm assuming. God damn. Oh, is this one? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. What could you conceive of that would help something like that? Like, what could you do that would aid the body in being able to do something like that? Is there anything theorized?
I don't know. I wish, Robert Malone would be a good person to ask, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe
he should
something
come back
like,
on and do a victory lap anyway. That guy was torn apart.
Yeah.
They were trying so hard to make him out to seem to be a kook. And every interview he would do, he would be so reasonable, so logical, so fact-based, and so knowledgeable. And he was a kook. He was a kook.
That guy just got appointed to some fucking bullshit advisory. Where is the... What does this come from? No source? Is it in the original? Joe Rogan. How long ago was this bullshit? Woman vaccine episode. Was it her? 3 years ago, no. Was it her? This one? It was her. I didn't look at the full context. Maybe she's saying something reasonable.
Right. It's only going to stay in the arm, right?
It's going to stay right where your arm is. Your 40,
Right.
which when it gets into the human body, this excuse for that. So I really appreciated Jack Cruz kind of pestering him on that. And then I've talked to Brett Weinstein about that as well.
Oh my God.
And he gave a breakdown of how it actually happened and when the original kidney cells from these monkeys were being used to make vaccines, that they inadvertently gave these people this simian virus 40, which when it gets into the human body can lead to rapid cancer.
Right. Well, yeah, that's one of the cancer-causing issues with these shots. That's not the only one, though. I mean,
Right.
it goes into the cell. It's supposed to not get into the nucleus, but it could get in the nucleus. We know that it can get into the nucleus. And then if it gets in the nucleus,
Well, at first they thought it was
game
going to
over.
stay local.
Right. It's only going to stay in the arm.
How does the nuclear transport even happen? Does it go? Is that true? Is there a mechanism for the mRNA to go into the nucleus of your cell? I haven't heard that. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Okay.
But it could get in the nucleus. We know that it can get into the nucleus. And then if it gets in the nucleus,
Well, at first they thought it was
game
going to
over.
stay local.
Game over? What do you mean game over? What?
Right. It's only going to stay in the arm, right?
It's going to stay right where your arm is. Your body will react to
Right.
it. It'll produce the antibodies, and then you're good to go.
Yeah.
And then all these silly people, you can watch them die in the streets and laugh as you step over them. Ha ha ha! I was smart.
Right.
I trusted the science.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they know that that's not true. It doesn't stay local. They know it doesn't dissipate within. It was a small amount of time.
I don't think it. Why do you do IM injections? I think the reason why they inject into your muscle area is because there's a whole bunch of capillaries. There's a whole bunch of like saturation of it, and then your immune system can pick it up. It stays relatively local, but I don't think it has to stay there. I think it will eventually like float around into your bloodstream. I don't think it's supposed to only stay there forever. It's just supposed to be like a dense bed of capillaries, so you have like good, rather than like shooting it into your fucking veins and have it. I don't know why you would want to do that, but
That it's supposed to stay inside your body. Didn't know that's not true.
Right. So yeah, they have they were
It was a small amount of time that it's supposed to stay inside your body. Didn't know that's not true.
right. So yeah, they have they replaced one of the nucleotides with something that's hard to break down, pseudouridine. They've never shown that pseudouridine is cleared from the body. There's no study showing that we can clear it. So it could
I don't even know what that substance is, but okay.
that could be why these people have these sky-high antibody levels 4 years later, because the body might not be able to break it down.
Oh my God.
Wait, what?
They've never shown that pseudouridine is cleared from the nucleotides with something that's hard to break down.
I would have to research. I don't even know what all this is. But the anti-vaxxers always have like new things, and when you look at them, it's fucking retarded. But okay.
Pseudouridine. People have these sky-high antibody levels 4 years later, because the body might not be able to break it down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's terrifying. What could you conceive of that would help something like that? Like what could you do that would aid the body in being able to do something like that? Is there anything theorized?
I don't know. I wish Robert Malone would be a good person to ask. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe
he should come
something
back
like,
on and do a victory lap anyway. That guy was torn apart.
Yeah.
They were trying so hard to make him out to seem to be a kook. In every interview he would do, he would be so reasonable, so logical, so fact-based, and so knowledgeable. And he was a kook. He was a kook. I remember some fucking guy yelled at me and yelled at me in Vegas. He said something about me spreading disinformation, and then he said something about that idiot Malone. I'm like, that guy.
Genetic material can enter the nucleus through pores, but your body heavily regulates that shit. So you would definitely need a study to show unique mRNA vaccines. Yeah, it's called nuclear transport. It's stuff that like everything, all of your cells and then your nucleus will have membranes that only allow specific proteins to pass through. But I don't think that none of the mRNA vaccines, I don't believe, had any of the necessary material that would allow them to move into the nucleus. Also, just even if it does move into the nucleus, that doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing would happen. You would have to show it interacting with your stuff in there in a negative way. Like, it's just fucking retarded. I don't know, but okay.
The inventor of mRNA.
Or one of them. You know,
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure it's not like none of those things ever happen in a vacuum. I'm
Right.
sure there's a ton of people
But he
working on
was-
that. But he was one of them.
Right.
He's a fucking brilliant guy. But so, how did they find out that it can get into the nucleus?
Well, if you look at lipid nanoparticles, and that's sort of that's what. Otherwise, if you just put mRNA into the body without the lipid nanoparticle, it would get destroyed. So they put it in the shell, the lipid nanoparticle, and there are studies showing lipid nanoparticles can cross the nuclear membrane. So there's that. Kevin McKernan is a scientist. He's on X a lot. He's done a lot of work in that.
I don't think lipid nanoparticles get into the cell, though, right? I thought the point of the lipid nanoparticle was to suspend and stabilize the mRNA so that the mRNA could be injected from the LNP into the cell. Does the lipid nanoparticle, does that have any way to get into the cell itself, or? Fuck, I would have to go back and reread all of this.
Showing DNA contamination that's getting into these shots. in addition to the SV40. And he's,
DNA contamination.
Right. So there's, and this was what Joe Latipo, the Surgeon General of Florida, he has actually called for the COVID shots to be pulled off the market. And his main argument was there is a certain amount of DNA.
Your vaccine that, you know, most general physicians could debunk that. But, you know, when the Florida Surgeon General, Latipo, says mRNA vaccines are causing turbo cancers because they're inserting nucleic acid into our genome, you have to think about that for a minute. And you have to say, wait a minute, there's no such thing as a turbo cancer. It's a made-up term. And mRNA lipid nanoparticles delivered the nucleic acid package past the cell membrane into the cytoplasm, but they don't get into the nucleus. For that, you need electroporation. That's why we have no...
Yeah. The whole point of the liquid, because mRNA is a super fragile thing that vanishes as soon as you look at it, apparently. Apparently, mRNA is very unstable. But the lipid, if you just inject mRNA into your bloodstream, it'll kill itself. But I thought the point of the lipid nanoparticle was to allow the mRNA to float around until it found a cell, and then the lipid nanoparticle just keeps the mRNA alive long enough to ejaculate it into the cell, past the cell wall. But I'm not aware of the lipid nanoparticles entering the cells. Entering the cell would be going to the cytoplasm or whatever, much less get into like the nucleus of the cell or anything. I don't even know if it would do anything if it did that, but...
Just because they're inserting nucleic acid into our genome, you have to think about that for a minute. And you have to say, wait a minute, there's no such thing as a turbo cancer. It's a made-up term. And mRNA lipid nanoparticles delivered the nucleic acid package past the cell membrane into the cytoplasm, but they don't get into the nucleus. For that, you need electroporation. That's why we have no DNA vaccines. And even if they did, we have proteins of our innate immune system that prevent incorporation of foreign nucleic acid into our genome. Otherwise, every time we eat a hamburger, you'd have cow DNA in our genome. But I have an MD and a PhD, and
Okay, thank you. That's my understanding. Okay.
DNA that is allowed in any kind of these products, and we have. His main argument was there is a certain amount of DNA that is allowed in any kind of these products, and we have proof that they have exceeded that threshold.
I don't... Okay.
So there have been studies showing that there's excess DNA in these samples, which shouldn't be there, and that's just sort of this hard line.
I don't know anything about that. Also, don't ever trust anybody that says studies and never actually gives you the study. But then also, too, I don't even know if that would even matter necessarily that much. It would depend a lot on the things, right? Remember, there's pathogens and there's stuff that's like fighting to try to get into your body and to do shit all the fucking time. Like you've got a ton of foreign DNA in you right now. I just left a whole load of foreign DNA in your mom's ass. Doesn't mean you're gonna die from it, or that anything bad is gonna happen. This lady sounds retarded. Dr. Mary Tali Bowden. What does she do? An otolaryngologist. Hold on. Laryngologist, otolaryngologist. That's a MD, right? I imagine. I think that sounds like a medical doctor. Or ENT? Okay. Yeah, so she's a full-on physician. She's a senior fellow with the Independent Medical Alliance, formerly the FLCCC. Ah, these guys, I think this is like the front care or the frontline COVID care center or something. I remember these guys way back during COVID. Everybody associated with this. Oh, and they renamed and rebranded. This was all bullshit. These guys fucking hawked so much ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, 1,000 fucking cc's of vitamin C to counter. Like it was all fucking bullshit. All of this was fucking bullshit. Okay, so she was associated with these people.
Fine. It shouldn't be crossed.
Where's this DNA coming from?
In the production process, I guess. But
in the production process, I guess? You don't even know where... I thought you said you were citing studies on this. You don't know where the foreign DNA is coming from? What is the foreign DNA? Of what? Of who? Of what? What is it?
It's pretty cut and dry. I think that's why Dr. Latipo has chosen this argument to go by, because there's just like a hard line that you don't cross, and they have crossed that.
Like, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Again, if you're going to come on here credentialed, you're a doctor. That's a lot of fucking schooling. Okay, you had to do a lot of shit. Fuck the MCATs. You had to go through your whole residency. You had to memorize so much shit about the human body. You should be able to give a credible study and explain a process as simple as this to somebody like you. This is a doctor, not a chiropractor, not a dentist. No offense either, or no offense to the dentist. Fuck the chiropractor. This is a doctor. You should know this. You should be able to say this and explain this. If you're going to come on here as a credentialed doctor and cite and flout your credentials, then give us a better explanation, okay?
What happens if you get too much DNA?
Well, you can integrate it. Yeah. The concern is, does it integrate into your cell DNA?
No, that's what, do you think any random DNA that goes into your body just randomly goes into your cell's DNA? That's not how any of that works. The whole process by which, first of all, you have to get into the cell, right? Which was getting through the membrane of the cell, which stuff can do. Viruses do it. And then you have to get into the nucleus of the cell, which viruses can also do, but it's a whole, like that's a whole ass thing. There's like a process by which that happens to get into a cell. That's why viruses are viruses. viruses and not just random floating hunks of DNA. Wait, what?
Are we going to make like?
And then even if you manage to do that, because believe it or not, we get viral infections all the time. As this other doctor guy said, an actual doctor, right? If your body identifies like changes to DNA and these cells are produced, your body will kill it. That's what your immune system is for. Like all of this is so fucking stupid.
Monkey people. Could you imagine?
But cancer, that's
right. Can you imagine if we made like hybrid people? They turned out to look like Neanderthals. You know, like we injected them with something that twisted their genes back. But just the idea of manipulating your DNA is so terrifying. It's like what?
In pregnant women, right?
Right.
That's,
Integrating.
You know, it'd be one thing if it's a 70-year-old.
You understand that like viruses integrate, like arguably there's like huge sections. A lot of DNA is kind of weird or whatever. Yeah, they do. In some ways, DNA doesn't even matter. But like, there's a whole bunch of sections of DNA that are like theorized, like this is probably some reverse transcribed virus from a long time ago. You know, regardless. I mean, like it's not. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just like a retarded conversation.
Oh man, but a pregnant woman.
Yeah, you hear that
got
term?
These...
Integrate DNA. You don't think good things. That's like immediately. I'm like, what?
Right. And these things are technically gene therapy products. They're not vaccines. So.
Oh, that's fucking argument. Oh my god, gene therapy products.
There's a real problem with using the same term. Why not use a new term? Well, because then you wouldn't be under the umbrella of protection that vaccines currently enjoy, where they can't be, which is so crazy. It's so crazy. It's just hard to believe it's true. It really is.
It is.
And so for a person like you that just like you were saying, see the carnage every day, tell me what it's been like. Like, what is it like?
It's hard because...
Yeah, where is that? I thought all these people are supposed to be dying from vaccines. I don't see them yet.
As an ENT, I'm used to fixing people quickly. So, you know, I get somebody with a sinus infection, get them an antibiotic, they're good to go. I get somebody with an abscess, I drain the abscess, they're good to go. It's sort of why I chose my specialty, because I like to see the results quickly. I didn't go into primary care for a reason. And so when I see the injured, it's like, you know, it's very slow going. We don't have a lot of research. It's trial and error. These people are young, were previously young and healthy, and their lives have just been completely destroyed. I don't have a big support system of other specialists I can send them to. It's hard. I mean, I don't feel sorry for myself, but I'm just saying it's just very different from what I'm used to as a doctor. So I really hope that the government will step up and do something about this.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing, to hope to do something about it. But it would be really nice if some real research was done on what are the actual long-term effects.
Oh my
if
God.
If everyone's looking at it from a position of we can't get sued for this, this is dangerous. Like someone has to look at it and say, well, these are the definite effects of this vaccine, because it's too much. This is long COVID. It's too much. Oh, he got a neurological condition that was going to happen anyway.
Fuck this cunt. Unreal. What is this lawsuit here for? She appealed. Methodist Hospital, Houston, Methodist Hospital, and Mark L. Boom, claimed as Houston Methodist for defamation and defamation application. They moved to dismiss Dr. Bowden's claims under the Texas Citizens Participation Act. The trial court granted Houston Methodist's motion to dismiss and signed a final judgment. So they dismissed. They didn't even... That was how weak they thought her claim was. Background. Dr. Bowden is a licensed ENT physician who practices in Houston, Texas. She is board certified in both otolaryngology... Fuck! Laryngology? Otolaryngology. Is that correct? And sleep medicine. She's the founder of Breathe Otolaryngology. Otolaryngology. Okay. She's the founder of Breathe MD and specializes in sinus, sleep, and allergy disorders, and treats both children and adults. She became a member of the provisional medical staff at Houston Methodist in 2019. When the COVID-19 pandemic began in March 2020, Dr. Bowden's practice shifted from treating patients with sinus, sleep, and allergy issues to treating COVID-19 patients. The Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, and the Texas Department of Health, State and Human Services encouraged the use of the COVID-19 vaccines, losers, to prevent the spread of the virus. Dr. Bowden treated her patients with ivermectin-based queen. Where's my... I need a queen button. There it is. Good job. An off-label... off-label prescription. As time progressed, Dr. Bowden became an opponent of vaccine mandates and eventually the vaccines. According to Dr. Bowden, the vaccines posed significant risks, and she felt the government was being very candid about those risks. She began publicly sharing her opinions about the vaccine mandates and vaccines on Twitter. I've had it. Going forward, I will not accept any patients who have been vaccinated. I will continue to see established patients who have had the vaccine, but all new patients have to be unvaccinated. What the fuck? Given the current climate and the writing on the wall, I'm shifting my practice focus to treating the unvaccinated. Vaccine mandates are wrong. During this time, Dr. Bowden published an updated vaccination policy on BreatheMD's website. In this update addressed to the BreatheMD community, Dr. Bowden asserted that a urologist employed by Houston Methodist told a patient that Houston Methodist was discussing denying care for unvaccinated people. Contrary to recommendations against by the FDA, CDC, and TDSHS, Dr. Bowden promoted the use of ivermectin on Twitter and republished a tweet claiming that ivermectin is effective for COVID-19. In an attempt to counteract Dr. Bowden's opinions about the COVID-19 vaccine and treatments, Houston Methodist issued a statement on its Twitter account. She supported her position with an unsworn declaration, her curriculum vitae, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, and an unauthenticated document entitled Ivermectin for COVID-19 Real-Time Meta-Analysis of 95 Studies. Houston Methodist moved to strike the declaration due to statutory and evidentiary defects. Houston Methodist also moved to strike the Ivermectin analysis due to evidentiary defect. The trial court sent an order striking Dr. Bowden's declaration in its entirety because it was defective in its order. The trial court noted that she did not file a response. After an oral hearing, the trial court granted Houston Methodist's motion to dismiss. This appeal followed. Okay. Wow. It's a real star guest you got here, buddy.
It just coincidentally happened after he took the COVID shot. Like, there's got to be some way to determine what of these ailments, like specifically, like when you're talking about the abnormal antibody levels, like.
Well, there are patterns. I mean, I definitely see the same sort of things over and over again. So it's not like, you know.
But as you said, it doesn't have a classification.
Right. It doesn't have a code. So we need an ICD-10 code for these.
That seems kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well.
Imagine if that was the case with like herpes. Everybody would be like, hey,
Yeah.
put a damn code in there so we know what this is.
Right. But there, you know, I see very similar constellation of symptoms. I see patients with these abnormal tremors, which, you know, they can't stop shaking even when they're sleeping. They feel internal vibrations, or they'll have
internal vibrations,
severe pain that you can't explain. You know, you get an MRI. There's nothing. There's no nerve damage that you can tell. I've seen some very strange rashes, and normally, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of rash it is. You throw a few meds at it, and it will disappear. But actually, the only thing that I found helpful is ivermectin for these strange rashes.
It's not even so much that these fucking retards couldn't just have their ivermectin for COVID, but they literally started treating these stupid drugs as like fucking like miracle cures for everything. It's actually so fucking cringe. Holy shit.
And you see POTS where the blood pressure, that's the hardest, I think. And this is we're seeing a lot of this where the blood pressure just drops suddenly with no stimulation, or the heart races with no provocation. That is very common, very difficult to treat.
That's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He says every now and then his heart will just jack up to like 180.
Yep.
And he has to sit down. And he just has to hope that this isn't the last time he breathes.
Yeah.
He just sits there. He has a heart monitor. He puts it like one of the wristwatch ones, the Garmin one. He just watches his heart jack up to like 180 beats per minute, just sitting there for no reason, not knowing if you're going to die.
Right.
Another friend of mine who was really young was a soccer player. Super healthy guy, super fit. Gets the vaccine, all of a sudden, giant heart racing in the middle of the night, like out of control, like, you know, like you're running a 7-minute mile, just jacked.
Yeah, yeah.
And he wound up in the hospital twice. Nothing they could do. It all went away. It stopped, went back to normal after a while. But now he's got this like terrible fear that he's got a fucking time bomb in his chest.
Yeah.
That out of nowhere, his heart would just ramp up. And you could say like, oh, it's probably a genetic.
He went to the hospital twice. Did he just have a couple like panic attacks? Or what? Like, hello?
Thing. He probably had it already. He was like, maybe. But this guy was super fit.
Yeah.
Super fit soccer player.
And that's the athletes.
Oh, and fit people never have diseases or pre-existing conditions or issues like this ever.
That's an athlete. So it used to be 29 per year. Now it's 290 per year. Growth 10 times.
Crazy.
Dropping dead.
The rarest of rare people to drop dead in the middle of nowhere. The best athletes in the world. The people that are the healthiest in the prime of their life.
Right. And I worry about these kids because, you know, myocarditis, the primary symptom is chest pain. But if you've got a kid who's not even speaking yet, you have no idea if they have myocarditis. And myocarditis can leave a permanent scar on the heart and then lead to a lifelong increased risk of sudden cardiac death.
So this is incredibly uncommon, right? Myocarditis, pericarditis are generally acute conditions. They clear up for a couple of weeks and they're just gone. Also, COVID causes this as well in greater numbers, but I guess we don't care about that.
And we have no idea if these kids have been affected.
Yeah, and how many kids did we see drop dead of heart attacks in like high school football this year?
Right.
Like over the last 4 years, rather. It was like you'd see these articles pop up all the time. You never saw those articles. Or if you did, it was super rare and it's some kid with a heart condition that was never diagnosed, which does happen.
Yeah, and the schools are now making kids get cleared by a doctor before doing sports, which I don't remember that when we were kids.
Wow. Yeah, they just threw us right onto the wrestling team. They didn't check shit. They didn't even see if you had a cold.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's better.
Even when I was in high school, they started to check hydration levels for wrestlers at least, but I don't know what else they would check or not.
Probably better screen them. You know, they'll find those undiagnosed conditions that kids can have.
Well, I think it's in response to.
Also, I'm pretty sure you have to have like a physical just to get into at least the schools that I've been to. You have to do like you do the eye check and you go take a basic thing to get to high school, but maybe schools are different for these people. I don't know.
What's happening?
Oh, it certainly is.
Yeah.
But I mean, that might be the good aspect of it.
Right.
Maybe some people will get diagnosed that didn't have any idea that they were running around with a problem and they can fix it.
But it's hard to diagnose. Like really, the only way you can diagnose myocarditis for sure is to do either a biopsy or a cardiac MRI, which is most kids are not going to be put through that.
Right.
So
Jesus.
it's scary.
And it's what's crazy is this is all true, and yet us talking about it makes us both look like kooks. Like we then will be labeled, for sure, someone will go out and attack us now and label us anti-vax, anti-science, kooks, and this is what's dangerous about this conversation. This is what's dangerous about what they said. And, you know, those people work for the devil.
Well, do you think you'll get censored on YouTube, this interview?
No.
You don't?
No.
Because I was just on Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, you
and they had
censored?
to bleep out like a full sentence of mine.
I'm not
on
bleeping
YouTube.
out shit. I'm not bleeping out shit.
You think it'll be okay?
We'll find out. I think it's wrong if it's not okay. If it's not okay, I think YouTube is more reasonable now than they were during the pandemic. And I think they have a very difficult job managing content at scale where you're dealing with, you know, the
Okay. I don't.
The community as we know it.
I think Ethan brings up a really good point, and especially with people reacting to.
I don't care about this. Jesus. Final destination. Train stops. Blocks, ball, masks, papers, foils, jacks, jackets, route, attendance, gloves, starting point, homework. Things having to do with your map op options. Okay. School stuff, attendance, homework, a final, papers. Things that cover stuff, like jackets, masks, foils, and gloves. Fencing gear, oh, of course. Classic toys. Easy. Oh, this is the famous 1917-16 picture of the Empire State Building. It feels like, I don't know, it's got to be something, some famous New York bullshit. No, Empire State Building's up here, right? Fuck, I don't fucking remember. Maybe? I don't even remember what it looks like. I've been to New York so many times, too. Is this like the Empire State Building? Oh, wait, picture. Kinda, well... I don't know. It's probably near here, whatever, who cares? Chrysler Building? Could it be that? Or maybe that's the Chrysler Building. Yeah, we'll call, I don't know when the Empire State Building was made either, though. Or maybe this is just an expansion. I don't know when this was even built. Let's go 1930. Let's go. 2. God damn. Oh, wait. Construction workers taking a lunch break on a steel beam atop the RCA building at Rockefeller Center, New York. The Chrysler Building can be seen in the background. Oh, not the Empire State Building. It was the RCA building? I don't know what that is, but okay. Holy shit. The exact guess of on the date there. Okay. Okay, we're doing okay. This is a 46K day. I can feel it. I've seen this building. You should have moose where... I haven't seen this place. Big Bong. I don't know what actually. I actually don't even know what Big Ben looks like. No, I do. It's that giant boring ass. This is Bongerland. It's so we always guess London. It's always London, boys. It's always London, boys. Year. Look at them old ass cars. We're doing another 1925. Let's go. Fuck. 39. Fuck. A corrugated metal structure surrounding a statue of King Charles I in Trafalgar Square, London, during the Blitz bombings. Losers. 39. Okay. God damn it. Is this Vietnam, China flag thing? I don't fucking know. Turkey? No. Turkey. Is this one, right? Oh god, fuck. What's the year? Istanbul, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Easy. And the year? 2010, boys. Big 2011. Oh, god damn it. A street scene in Turkey. Where are all the cell phones? 2018? This picture is from 2018? Bullshit. Okay. Okay. Luxembourg. Ooh, look, they're trying to trick us. South Africa. Not. Wait, is there a Luxembourg, South Africa? Like, was Johannesburg used to be called that? No. It's got to be. SA just means something else. Okay. Classic 55 cars. God damn it! 71? A view along Boulevard Royale in central Luxembourg City, built after the dismantling of the old fortress in the 19th century, a new home to banks, trams, and modern glass towers. Dude, I'm getting fucked on the years. Okay, we can at least do 40K. We can at least do 40K. Look, oh, this is some real oldie shit. This is like 1915 old, okay? In Paris. Visitez de Paris. Paris. Yo, get your Paris nut. Wait. It's gotta be. Yeah, this is Paris. Let's go. Let's go. Old 1914. Go, go, go. 1913. Fuck! I can't believe I got fucked so hard on years this time. 38K. Whatever, we take it. Okay. Be careful. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't die. Wait. 960 and we bunker bust Iran tomorrow. 960.